2000 EST OCOEE. They said if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. They said my time's wasted if I ain't chasing a bag. But pops told me never chase nothing. Only here to lead lost souls to the kingdom that's fast. I only focus on the kingdom and everything else that I need. I know it will attract. If I lose it.
Hey, what's up? It's to be back again with yet another stream. Long time no see, I guess. Long time no see. Oh wait, why is this not working? I don't think my TTS thing is working right now, is it? Because I did see official Mike send a message, but it's not loading up here on the sidebar like it should. But hey, official Mike, it's nice to see you in the chat. Been way too long since I did one of these streams, but with the holidays and stuff, I did kind of want to just chill, hang out for a bit before diving right back into streams the way I used to stream. Also, I got this drink I wanted to try out. It's, what is it? Ghost Sour Patch Red Berry flavor. There were like 3 flavors I got like all of them. There's no sugar? Bruh, I feel scammed. Why is there no sugar in this? Wait, what the heck is in all this? These are all of the ingredients. I have no idea how this is gonna taste. Only intended? This is an 18 plus drink. Only intended for persons 18 or older. What in the world?
Official Mike.
I have never had anything like this before.
Chat. I'm hibernating, lol.
I've literally never had anything like this before. Wow. And it's like embossed too. Like all this stuff is embossed right here. Like the little gummy bear or whatever. The logo too. I think even the ghost. I've never had this. Official Mike said I'm hibernating. Nice. Cool. Well, I hope you enjoyed the stream while you're hibernating. But yeah, like I did not even know that Ghost was a thing until ISM found it in like a vending machine during an IRL vlog he was doing with some people. Either him or Mr. Pizza and Lennox. So I think. But I'm going to go ahead, crack this open. Well, let's see here. Cracking that open right there. You can see. All right. Oh my goodness. Wait, it's clear? I guess you guys can't. Hold on. Wait a second. Yo, it's actually clear. I was not expecting it to be clear. Okay, so check this out. See, you never know with the drinks in cans, like what it's going to taste like or what it's going to look like. This stuff is clear. Look at this. It's like Bang. I remember Bang, although Bang had like these weird flakes in it, which this doesn't have. But very reminiscent of Bang to me. But anyways. Interesting. I don't know. Not as crazy as I thought it would be. Like, doesn't really taste like a Sour Patch Kids. You want to know what's most disappointing about this, actually? Is that it's not even sour. That's what I was thinking. I thought it would get hit with like this visceral, like sour flavor. It's not really sour. It kind of tastes like you took a Sour Patch Kids and like got rid of all of the sour stuff. And like at that point, like, what's the point? You know, why would you get a Sour Patch Kids like drink or snack or whatever, a bit of candy, if it's not actually going to be sour? I don't entirely understand that. I feel relatively cheated. Also, there's no sugar in this, which I feel like would make it taste better. It tastes very, very artificial, which it is. I mean, it's not what I thought it would be, but it's okay. Like, I don't know. It kind of has like a kid's juice type flavor to it. It tastes more like kids juice than like an actual Sour Patch snack. But it's also like a very generic, like fake fruit type flavor. What flavor is this supposed to be? Cause it tastes like an unidentifiable fruit. Maybe like a mongrel fruit, like a fruit that's just like a mixture of like, I don't know, like pineapples and strawberries and blueberries, just like all that stuff all mixed up together. Yeah, it's like natural to artificial flavor does not list a single fruit in the ingredients. So I have no idea. There's a fruit extract, but it doesn't say what the extract of the fruit is. I don't know. This has to be one of the fakest drinks I have ever had. Well, okay. Birthday cake flavored Bang might take the cake on that one. But, I mean, is this bad? No. If I was like younger and I didn't know what Bang was, I'd probably drink this, but it should not say Sour Patch Kids. It does not taste sour. It does not taste like a Sour Patch, at least in my opinion. I don't know why they did that. That to me is the part that actually has me more upset. Like, it's not bad. I'm gonna drink it. But it's just not what I thought it would be. It's okay though. It's okay. I'm not gonna sweat it too much. All right. There we go. Time to cut off the music there. Oh, also the snack of the day, I suppose. Sour Skittles gummies. Yeah, they seemed interesting. They taste all right, so I'll be eating those throughout the stream as well. If you guys have any questions, feel free to add them into the live chat. Also, join my Discord. Oh, excuse me. join my Discord. Like, I'm gonna be doing like a mega react stream today, so I'll be reacting to a bunch of different things, but the things that I choose to react to are largely influenced by what you guys send me in the Discord. If you guys don't send me anything in the Discord, I just react to whatever I want. But if you guys have something that you want me to react to, I am more than happy to go in and react to that as well. Just don't send me like these crazy, like edgy things. I don't want to, like some of you guys will send me like, I don't know, like weird, like YTPs and things like, nah, I'm not on that wave. But let's see here. I figured I would go ahead and share my top 10s of basically TV seasons of shows that I've seen this year. Now, I do want to preface this by saying I'm not going to be like many of the YouTubers running around saying these are the best 10 seasons of the year, or these are the best 10 shows of the year, or these are the best 10 movies of the year. I'm not going to go like that. What I am going to do is let you guys know what my favorite seasons are that I've seen this year. And this is going to include some things that you probably have not heard of before. It's also going to include some things that you probably have never even seen before, to be honest, because, yeah, I like to mix it up. I don't always watch things that are current. Sometimes I happen to be fairly far behind. Now, I will say for TV, it took me, it was kind of hard to come up with a top 10 because this year I have not had as much time to watch TV. So I've not watched as much TV. And so I, frankly, barely saw 10 seasons of television that I would consider putting into some sort of favorites list. But I was able to find 10. So let's go ahead and go through them now. There we go. Number 10 is Superman and Lois season 1. Yes, this aired 2 years ago, but you know, it's taken me a while to get through this entire season just because I've been busy, I've been watching other shows. So this certainly makes the list. I think this is probably one of the best shot, and like best directed and probably best produced live action superhero shows on broadcast television that I've ever seen. You know, even watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., there is something about it that does feel a little low budget there is nothing that feels low budget about this, even though I know for a fact that producing the show is probably relatively cheaper. They probably don't have all of the money that they wish they did. Now, maybe some of that stuff can like shows up more obviously in the later seasons, kind of like with 911, how it looks infinitely cheaper now than it did in its first season. But I must say for this is pretty good. I was very impressed at how they portrayed Clark Kent as a father with Lois Lane, as well as his children. The character development for all of the characters was generally well done. And I think that they portrayed Clark Kent and his family in a very realistic way. So that impressed me. I think it'd be very difficult for me to come across something that they did in this show that I think they didn't do well. I think they did pretty much everything well in this season. So looking forward to watching the next season when I get a chance. I thoroughly enjoyed this. Next up, we have Joe Pickett. Really, this should be Joe Pickett season 2. If it's not season 2, it should be season 2. I recently finished Joe Pickett season 2 earlier this week with some other family members. I enjoyed it a lot, but it's not as high as season 1 on this list, which actually season 1 is somewhere later on this list. I enjoyed it slightly less. The reason why is, season 1 has a lot of tension in it with some internal conflict that the main character is going through. Some of that is somewhat relieved, and I think that makes this season a bit less tense. Yes, there are certain tense moments, but because the character of Joe Pickett has grown as a person, he's kind of learned how to relieve that tension in healthier ways, which is better for the character, but it also means that we have less interesting television. I think that it would have helped to have some more external tension than what Joe Pickett goes through. There's a lot of external tension in the first half of this season. But then once certain things get figured out, then stuff feels relatively chill. Like he's going after the person who did the crimes, but like it doesn't feel urgent. Like the person who did the crimes is still going to be out there, but it doesn't really feel like anything bad is going to happen anytime soon. I wish that, there are certain bad events that happen that kind of heighten the tension early on. And I wish that they were spread out throughout the season, because then at least you have Joe Pickett always looking across his shoulder, waiting for something to happen to him or loved ones, friends, family, other people in the town where he works. So I do think that the pacing for that could have been done a little bit better so that there was more tension. But overall, the mystery was good. The resolution was all right. I think it certainly worked, and I think it's a shame that they didn't pick it up for another season, considering that they teased the events of the next book or whatever that they would be following right at the end of this season. I think it was just very, very unfortunate. So if you haven't seen the show, I still recommend watching it. I think it's very, very good and worth watching. Also, I think Marcel Rev, one of the guys who did the cinematography for Euphoria, did some camera work for some of the episodes. And there's one shot early on in season 2 where you could really, really tell that like this is the type of high contrast, very cool, crazy shot that you would see in Euphoria. It was cool to see that in Joe Pickett. It didn't really even stand out, and you didn't really get a lot of shots like that later on, but I thought it was cool to see. So yeah, very cool. Clocking in at number 8, we have Rick and Morty season 6. I think this is like the first season where I actually waited until after the series had aired and after I actually owned the season to start watching. And usually I will watch the episodes as they air, or relatively soon after they air. But this time I decided to just watch a bunch of season 6 episodes right before season 7 aired. And I actually kind of enjoyed this. Now you can see my ratings for the episodes kind of go up and down. But I don't have a single episode rated under 8. I think that this episode kind of really this season kind of zeroed in and doubled down on the like goofiness of sci-fi. So there are kind of some crazy premises, but I do think that it's cool that we do get some continuity with what happened in the previous season, because part of me is like, how serialized is this show going to be with like a 70 episode order where it's very clear they're trying to get to 100 episodes so that Rick and Morty can then be syndicated onto other television networks. Like, are they still going to be serialized? this season definitely said yes, but to a limited fashion, right? We got some serialization, serialized storytelling in the beginning of the season and then at the end of the season, but not much throughout. I think that there are just some episodes in here that are terrific, like Night Family. Night Family was crazy. You know, the most of these episodes I think were pretty good. People kind of hated on the season. I'm not sure why. I think it's because it was in general less serious and just kind of like silly. And like on that point, I kind of get it. But Rick and Morty is kind of a silly show. It's an animated cartoon. So of course it's not going to be super serious all the time. So I don't entirely blame them for that. But anyways, I think it's certainly good enough to put on my list. So I put this here at number 8. Now when it comes to, we're at number 7 here. For number 7, I have Loki season 2. Now, many people are putting this kind of higher up on their lists of their favorite shows of the year. I think that this show is, or at least this season, I think it's not like anything revolutionary. It's certainly well done, but people are kind of putting it like high up on the list as if it's like one of the best seasons of television of all time. I don't even know if this is like one of the best seasons of television that's aired this year. This is just on my list because I haven't seen every show that's aired on television this year. The camera work is impeccable. This feels like you're watching a Marvel movie. This actually looks more like a Marvel movie than most Marvel movies nowadays. So I was rather impressed by that. I did find some of the dialogue a bit cheesy this season, which I didn't remember seeing in the first season. Now, I will say that this year, I've kind of started getting a little bit annoyed by pretentious dialogue. Like I think it worked well in Mr. Robot, but there are just other scenarios where I just feel like it's kind of cheesy. And I will say this is by far not the most pretentious work of art that I've seen, but so many characters, I think especially Loki, they're talking and they are talking in a way that makes me feel like they want me to think that they're being profound when really they're just talking about how they're feeling or what they want the other person to do. And that just didn't really work for me as well as I think it should have. Now, for kids and teens and Tumblr girls, I think they're going to eat that stuff up and they love I've already seen some of them sharing that stuff on Instagram. So it worked for them, it worked for the target audience. But I just think personally, this would have been a better season of television if the dialogue was a bit more grounded. Also, I think the ending, while it really, really works for, you know, the character development of the character of Loki, I do kind of wish they took some greater pains to make it make more sense. You know, at the end, I don't even know, this is maybe a slight spoiler, but you see him utilize a power that you haven't seen him utilize before, and they don't explain how he got that power. I think it's a bit unfortunate. You know, they could have gone back to Loki's genetic origins and maybe fleshed out some of that backstory retroactively to explain exactly how he was able to do what he ended up doing in the end. I think that would have been a smarter move, especially since, you know, Loki is a frost giant. This isn't really a spoiler because it's literally in, I think, one of the earlier Thor movies, but Loki is a frost giant. But they don't really like show off what all of that entails, like what the abilities of frost giants are. I know in the comics, frost giants can do certain things, but in the MCU, maybe they could have made it so that that's not necessarily the case. Frost giants have even more power than that. That would have been a cool move to make, I think. So certainly a flawed season, but it's a season that certainly works. You know, I think that it's little things that kind of build up to me going like, I don't know, but it's not anything that makes me think, oh, this is a bad season of television. This is certainly a great season of television. And this is Marvel going back to where they should be. They're nowhere near where they should be, generally, just because they haven't been consistent with their quality. But I think this is them getting closer to where they need to be quality-wise. Now, down to number 6. Now, at number 6 is Rick and Morty Season 7. And yes, I am putting this ahead of season 6. And this is all despite the fact that I think there's an episode here. Is there an episode? No, I guess there's not. I thought there was an episode here I gave a 6 out of 10. But there are episodes here that are worse than episodes in the prior season. But I do think in general, this is a better season. Like, they balanced having goofy premises while while having serialized storytelling, but also this was a far more serious season, I think. And I think that was wonderful. Like, That's Amorte. That was, an amazing episode of television. Let's see. Fear No Mort is like probably one of the darkest like endings that they've ever had to a season of television. Like, that was crazy. There was Unmort Ricken, which I think was pretty cool. Cause it kind of ends with like a, what do we do now type thing. Like, there is so much here that makes for great television. I think the prior season is funnier. People give it higher ratings, and say that it's better. That's all cool and fine, but I think it's also far more forgettable than the like very tangible, interesting and fascinating storylines that we get here. Even if some of the comedy doesn't land the way as people wish that it would, like, this is a fantastic season of Rick and Morty. And this, I think, is Rick and Morty going back to its roots, to be honest. I think that it doesn't do the comedy as well as season 6, but it does the serialized storytelling and the serious stories far better. They need to take the how they did the comedy in season 6 with how they did the serious stories and the serialized storytelling of season 7 and combine them for season 8. And I wouldn't be shocked, right? Like, there have been a bunch of seasons that they've already written. I think they're working on like season 9 or 10 now already. So like many of these episodes were just in the bag already. So they've been like improving their craft as far as writing goes, and we are not caught up to how good the writers are now. So I think we're only going to see the show improve moving forward. All right, now my choice for number 5 is probably going to shock you all, but it is The Chosen. Yes, a season of Christian television has made it to my top 10 of the year list. Now, there is certainly a factor of, this is so entertaining that, I am barely looking away. That has certainly helped this show get higher up on the list. But I will say just the stories that it's telling. Okay, first of all, the stories in the Bible are like literally some of the best stories of all time. You can go through the Old Testament, New Testament, even certain sections of the Old and New Testament, and still find amazing, fantastic stories. I will say that Angel Studios doesn't really indulge in those stories a ton. Like, it does a bit. One thing I think is cool is that what it spends this season doing is fleshing out the disciples and Mary Magdalene. And it also does, it takes some pains to not really add too much to the life and story of Jesus beyond what you see in the text. Yes, it does add a few, but I do appreciate the fact that it avoids it as much as possible. We've got entire episodes just about like Peter and his wife. Like, that's awesome. Especially because I think they portray the characters in a very realistic and grounded way, where like if you were watching something like I don't know, like the History Channel, I think they made a mini series about Jesus one time, where I would imagine if you were watching this on like the History Channel, you would be seeing how holy and righteous the disciples are or whatever. They don't really do anything to elevate the disciples and Mary Magdalene beyond ordinary, beyond just like ordinary people, which they were. They were ordinary people. They were flawed. Some of them were doing things that were wrong, and Jesus called them to turn from their ways, and they did. And we kind of see that here. This is basically assembling the Avengers. But this is not the Avengers movie. So there are more stories from the Bible about Jesus like actually doing things. I'm assuming that we're going to get in later seasons. I only started checking out this series this year though. So great television. Oh, one more thing too is that I like how this did not air on any traditional like network or streaming service or anything. It aired on Angel Studios. And what this meant was they were able to just have extremely flexible episode lengths. Like one of my favorite episodes in this season, Jesus Loves the Little Children, was like 30 minutes long. And most of these episodes are like between 40 minutes and an hour long. Like, And the reason why this works so much is the episode has a story to tell. It tells the story, and that's the end of the story. It doesn't try to stretch things super long with like a crazy B plot or ridiculous C plot. Like, it comes here, it tells the story, and then it's out. The writing is great. The acting is very well done. It almost feels like something that you could see air on like HBO or FX. Like, that's how good the production value is for this. So, this is one of the best seasons of television I saw this year, which is why I put it on the list. And I hope that you guys watch it if you have not checked out The Chosen at all. Now, up next, in the number 4 spot, we have Falling Skies Season 2. Now, when watching this season, I was absolutely astounded. I don't think that I have ever seen a show have this dramatic an improvement from the first season to the second season. I don't think I've ever seen a show have this much improvement. Like, season 1 wasn't bad. Right, it's like the main characters are fighting the aliens, rah. It does feel like a little wearisome and slow, I think, towards the end, just because, they're fighting a very uphill battle against these monsters and aliens, and they're fighting tooth and nail to survive, but it's like all they're doing. But in this season here, there's a bit more stability, but it's not just that. We spend time with each and every single one of the main characters as they grow and have more character growth, character development, or things are changing in their lives. I don't think that I could point to a single character who doesn't change or grow. The only thing I will say is, I guess maybe, hold on, let me see. Let me do a slight spoiler warning here. Hold on, let's see here. Slight Falling Skies Season 2 spoilers, because I'm going to spoil as little as possible, but I do want to make a point that I will say that in Season 1, it was revealed that Captain Weaver used to be an alcoholic and that his alcoholism had returned. I wish that they had kind of brought that back into Season 2, especially when you have multiple occasions where people are like offering him like whiskey and stuff, and he just casually drinks it with seemingly no influence on the fact that he used to be an alcoholic and no discussion or hint that this could possibly cause him to relapse. I think that was a lapse in judgment there from the writers. But other than that, this season was fantastic. Highly recommend watching this if you haven't seen it. But even though it's not nearly as good, I recommend watching Season 1 first before you dive into Season 2. Now, for number 3, we've got Joe Pickett Season 1. Joe Pickett Season 1, this is by far one of the best seasons of television that I've seen. It's also kind of weird because this is not a show, like I've seen TVMA shows before. And I think that this show is, I don't know if this show is TVMA or TV14, I'm not sure. But even though this show has some strong language, and there's even a part where I think it shows like someone's like bare butt for a second, even though I didn't really catch it. But then someone was saying something in a mumbling tone, so my family members rewound, and then I noticed the bare butt. But this actually feels like one of the cleanest and almost one of the most wholesome seasons of television that I've seen all year. Like, the main character, his relationship with his wife, I think was very nice, although, certainly I wouldn't expect the most normal thing in the world, because Joe Pickett at his core, especially in this season, is a very, very broken character. But still very, very cool relationship that they have. I think that they portrayed the family in a relatively realistic way, considering everything that was going on. I like how there's like a labyrinth of corruption that the main character uncovers, but they're not done in like a goofy way. It's not going to be like, oh, if you tell, we're going to blow your head off. Like, we do get some realistic threats where if someone is going to, expose something sensitive, then, there's an expectation that something will happen, but it's not something goofy where it's like, oh, if you expose who we are, we'll kill you and your whole family. Because there's a realistic understanding that if you know that someone's corrupt, you need more than a feeling, hard proof. And it can be hard to get that hard proof sometimes. So there's a thing of like, oh, well, who would ever believe you, right? About this crazy theory. Also, I like how the ending of the season is not perfect. Like, not all the bad guys are caught and found and put to justice. Like, I think that is very realistic as well. So, great season of television. This was a very, very fun watch. I highly recommend watching this. Now, the next 2 seasons, though, are very, 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 very high on my recommendation list. Like, these are things that I very, very strongly recommend people check out. Number 2 is season 1 of Luther. This is a fantastic show. I will say that there is a plot twist here that just feels kind of weird and out of left field. They should have left more clues that it was going to happen, because it almost feels detached from the rest of the season. But it's not the main plot at all. It's just like a wrench in certain characters' plans. So it's not that much to detract from the series, but this was fantastic. Like, the main character has some very severe anger issues I think were portrayed in a very realistic way. He has a very strained relationship with his, I suppose, separated wife, I think would be a fair way to put it. All the other characters, I think, kind of like treat him realistically, where it's like, they're kind of scared, which makes a lot of sense, but also he's very competent and very good at his job, so they keep him around and they want to be friends with him. Like that delicate, like, dancing, that delicate act of like not trying to set him off, but also like cooperating with him well, and also trying to get him help and get him to improve his behavior. Like, all of that was very, very, very well done. But on top of that, not only all of that, but this show is very, very, very well shot. The way that it was shot reminds me so much of Mr. Robot and what's the guy's name? Sam Esmail. I wish I knew any sort of link between how they did the cinematography between this and Mr. Robot, because this feels just like a continuation of Mr. Robot. If you told me that this was Sam Esmail's next project, I would believe you. Like that. And the soundtrack also ages pretty well, so it doesn't feel like I'm watching a show that is like 13 years old. It feels like a show that aired last year, but I didn't catch it because I didn't have TNT at the time. Like, this was fantastic television. Also, they do a good job of having a serialized story while having individual mysteries in each individual episode. I think that was cool as well. So, definitely recommend watching this. But of course, y'all know what the crown jewel is going to be. Y'all know it's going to be my number 1 season. It's going to be this one. Succession Season 4. This show is going to be remembered as one of the greatest series of all time. I'm quite sure. There's just so much here in this show. It's fantastic. At this point in the show, every single episode feels like an impeccable piece of character work, which is outstanding. You almost get glimpses of like what things might be like if all the siblings got along, which just like dips in and out throughout the season in a tantalizing way. And I think it's kind of cool because these characters are not really great people. I think they certainly have the potential to be great people, but it's a mixture of them being broken and also just not having the greatest character on their own, that just causes them to not be great people. But I do like how many bones they throw us of, these siblings could have a great time together if they, put aside their differences and their competitive spirits and just decided to behave like siblings. Like, I love that because there are always going to be people who are going to be like, man, I wish the siblings got along. I wish that they teamed up together and did things together and kicked off their own initiatives. And here it's like, you can't say that the writers didn't give you a little bit of that. Like, at least 2 times the characters team up and they're like, yeah, we're going to do this thing together as siblings. So they do throw us enough of that so that we're not sitting around at the end of the season pining away and being like, man, I just wish they got along, man. Like they did. But also it shows afterwards why they can't get along, which I think makes people wish that they all worked together a little bit less. And I think it kind of like is better than them just having them be at odds the entire season. And then having the maker of the show being like, man, of course these characters wouldn't work together. What makes you think they'd work together? Instead, the writers show us why they couldn't work together. That was fantastic. Also, just towards the end of the season, like the way that some of the stuff is shot, there were multiple sequences throughout the series where like it was extensive long takes that because it was shot on film, they had to use multiple cameras. But there were multiple sequences in this season where it was a long take of at least like 5 or 10 minutes, sometimes traversing like, corridors and hallways and various rooms. Like this is a very, very wonderful show. Also, I highly recommend if you have Max or if you've bought it on iTunes like I have, check out the stuff at the end of the episode. They have these really cool like featurettes that dive into how they did some of the stuff behind the scenes. You're really going to want to see that, at least for like some of these episodes in season 4. Very, very cool. Also, of course, the acting, the music, the writing, all of that stuff is on point and firing at all cylinders and on overdrive, frankly, in this season. So they really end the season on a high note. And I'm grateful that they did that. No coincidence also that they, it's great. They ended the season. They ended the series, rather. Sorry. I'm super happy that they ended the series when the story naturally would have concluded. I was thinking about this recently. This is the type of show where, like, with the plot, they could have made this last 8 seasons instead of 4. There would be a point where it sort of feel like it was spinning its wheels, but there's enough conflict in between all the characters where they certainly could have kept the show going for 8 seasons, but they decided not to because they didn't want the show to just be going into a cycle over and over again and nothing really happening beyond that cycle. It breaks the cycle, shows us what happens next. It's very, very cool. So if you have not seen this show, I would highly, highly, highly recommend watching it. Especially since, if you are a more conscientious observer, perhaps would be one way to put it, and you don't like, shows with tons of like inappropriate stuff like sex scenes, or you don't like, a lot of gory stuff. There's very, 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 very little sexual content throughout the show, and like absolutely none throughout this entire season. So the only thing that you have to worry about if you like are not comfortable watching certain things because of the content of them, the only thing you have to worry about is a gratuitous amount of language throughout the entire series. But other than that, nothing really much to worry about. So if that's something you're worried about because it's an HBO show, completely understand. Not all TVMA shows have a bunch of sex scenes though. So this is not one of those shows. Highly recommend watching the show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. If you're a fan of good TV, you are going to love this. But that's all that I have. That's all that I've got for my top 10 shows of 2023. Well, maybe not top 10 shows. This is all I have for my top 10 seasons of TV. Now, this is not the best seasons of TV that have aired in 2023. It's just my favorite. I'm not going to pretend that I've seen every single thing so I can give you a definitive list. But this is just like my definitive list for what is my favorite, not what's the best. Now, if you guys disagree with me strongly on any of the series that I've mentioned or any of the seasons that I've mentioned, certainly feel free to leave a comment down below. There's so much TV out there. And sometimes I'm like, is there a drought of good television? But then I see a few trailers and I'm like, nope. So if there's a show or a season of of television that I have not seen that you think I should see, or just something that you think I've missed, let me know in the comment section below. I have a massive list of shows I plan on getting to, and I am more than happy to add even more shows to that list. All right. Now it's time to talk about what's absolutely not the top 10 movies of the entire year, but my favorite movies throughout the entire year. I'm not going to pretend like I've seen every single movie so I can give you a definitive list of the top 10 movies of the entire year. I can only give you the favorite movies that I've seen this year. So let's go ahead and dive into it. And number 10 is actually going to be a movie that barely any of you have heard of, but you've probably seen it in DVD form on the shelves of Walmart. This is Nefarious. Now, this is actually a Christian movie. You probably don't really know too much about this, but this is basically it builds itself as a horror movie. It's really a psychological thriller about a man who is demon possessed, and an atheist guy is called in. Oh, hey. What? Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Hold on, wait a second. There we go. Sorry, I was live. Yeah. All right. So what this is about is a demon-possessed man had committed some murders, I believe, and a psychologist is called in to assess his mental acuity, and it starts becoming an argument of whether or not, the guy who did all the murders is actually demon-possessed. The psychologist is trying to determine, like, is this guy crazy? He says that he's a demon or whatever. So he's trying to figure out where this guy is coming from so that he could properly assess whether or not he is, like, competent enough to stand trial or whatever. Because if he can be declared insane, then he won't get sent to the electric chair. But if he is determined to be insane, then he will get sent to the electric chair. So there's a lot of stuff like, it digs into the relationship between the demon and the person that the demon is inhabiting, kind of like their dynamics. That's very interesting. There are a bit of like philosophical and theological discussions that happen throughout the course of the film. That is all done really, really well. Now, I will warn you and say that me explaining the plot to you and the premise probably doesn't sound that interesting, and it probably doesn't sound that fascinating either. But this is a bottle film where it's just basically two people talking in a room, and I haven't really seen this done very, very much. But when I've seen this type of thing done, it's been done really, really well. I can remember seeing a movie like this, or being so like deeply enthralled in just seeing two people interact, then since I saw the Euphoria special episodes for the first time. Like, this was fantastic, and I think that maybe it's not on par with those episodes, but it's kind of close. It's kind of close. Also, I will say that usually when watching a movie, I'll at least like check my phone like one or two times while I'm watching a movie. Usually it's more like 5 or 6 times, to be honest. I think I checked my phone maybe once watching this movie. I think that I was probably the most enthralled watching this movie than watching maybe even any other movie on this list, except maybe one or two. And when I see a movie in theaters, it's also kind of cheating because I default just will never look at my phone at all while I'm watching a movie in theaters, just because that is not part of the experience. You don't go to a movie theater to check your text messages every 5 minutes. But this one I saw at home. Fantastic movie. I actually own it. It's up on my shelf now. So this is great. Highly recommended. I will say that some of the acting feels a bit thin. Although I will say that generally, who is this? Sean Patrick Flannery. He does a great job. Some of the acting that he does comes off as a little bit hammy, but generally it's not bad. Jordan Belfi, he does okay. Most of the acting is just adequate, but Sean Patrick Flannery, while he's not like the best actor I've ever seen, he's probably one of the greatest actors I've ever seen in a Christian movie. So if there's some sort of like Christian Oscars for like best actor of the year, And this guy deserves like best actor of the decade. Like this guy killed it in this film. Now this movie is apparently supposed to kick off an entire like horror franchise where the demon who is nefarious ends up possessing more people. I'm excited to see those because I'm getting the impression that those will have more horror like aspects to them than this did. This was more of like a psychological thriller. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope that they end up getting the funding to make the franchise in the way that they want to. If you haven't seen this movie, definitely recommend checking it out. Sound of Freedom is what I have on number 9. I'm not going to spend as much time talking about this because I already have a whole video reviewing this, I believe. But I think this is, of all the movies on the list, this is probably the most emotional film on this list. It's very, very well done. And like the other Angel Studios project that I included in my other video, where I was talking about my top 10 seasons of the year, I think it was The Chosen Season 1. The production value for this kind of surprised me. It felt like an HBO limited series, the way that it was shot. There was nothing that was like crazy, but whenever I go, I think I've gone to see a Christian movie in theaters maybe once, and that was like 10 or so years ago. If I'm ever going to go see a Christian movie in theaters, part of me is always going to be like, what's the fidelity going to be like? Like, I don't know if you're shooting with proper cameras. I don't know if you have this in like the same level of high digital quality like it should be like when you're going to see a movie in theaters. Happy to say, this felt like a real movie. Like, maybe not to demean Christian movies, but it felt like a real movie. The makers of this movie recently were on Timcast IRL, and they had mentioned that the movie was massive, right? It was like I think maybe over 100 gigabytes in size, the raw file that they had sent to people like the screen or whatever, which is fantastic because I think that's part of why it looks so good, because traditional movies, they do look like that. They do have that big file size if you're in a digital format. Now, the one thing I will say about their quality is this is probably, now I haven't really gone to movie theaters consistently since like maybe last year, but I've been going to see movies, here and there every year for the past like 3, 4, 5 years. And I must say, other than the time I saw like, Dune in some cheap theater for like $5 in Ohio, this was by far the worst audio experience I have ever had watching a movie. Now, that's not to say that it sounded awful, right? Like it sounded, far better than it would have sounded at home, but there were certainly moments where I'm like, there should be like booming bass here, or like there's just some like rich there's like some richness that's just being lost in the audio that we're just not getting. Now, I don't know if they made this in with like Dolby Audio, which is what most films are put out in nowadays, but I just feel like it was a wasted opportunity for everything with this movie to be perfect on a presentation and production standpoint, but for the audio to be lackluster, especially in a movie where most people are going to end up seeing this in theaters. I just feel like that just felt like a lost opportunity, and that was kind of unfortunate. But I will say, getting down to the story, extremely emotional film, very, very well done. The acting was great. It certainly got the job done. The writing was pretty good as well. If you had if you did not know that this was made by Christians, you would not be able to tell by watching this movie, right? This is not a preachy film. It's a story about a guy who's a Christian, right? I've seen dozens of movies, well, maybe not dozens, but I've seen a handful of movies by Hollywood studios about Christians that are more preachy about Christianity than this film made by a Christian production studio that's run by a couple Mormons. So, they did a great job of making a high quality movie. Like, I do think maybe there's probably some astroturfing involved with how much money this movie made. I think it was a rather interesting coincidence that this movie made just a little bit more money domestically than Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning Part 1, which I do think is a is a slightly better movie. But all of that said, this did resonate with audiences, and there's a very, very, very big reason why. Fantastic film. Recommend watching it. I will say on this movie as well as the previous one, and maybe this is just because Christian movies don't really come out in 4K, but if you're making Christian movies this good, you need to be putting them out in 4K. Like, Sound of Freedom is one of the biggest movies of the entire year. It's probably like the 4th or 5th biggest movie of the year in America. How is this not available in 4K? It's not available in 4K on iTunes. It's not available in 4K on a disc. I know it's probably expensive to make stuff in 4K, but like, when you have a movie that does this well financially and is this big, and like I don't understand how this doesn't have a 4K release. Maybe it will eventually have a 4K release. Angel Studios, if you're watching this, please put this out in 4K. Also, if Steve Dace or whoever like is behind Nefarious, please put that out in 4K too. But I think this movie would look better in 4K than Nefarious. But like that I was just a little bit disappointed by. But other than that, it's great. Half of y'all probably don't care about 4K. Just get the Blu-ray. Like yeah, just do that. So I will. By the way, I will use this opportunity to talk about one of the I guess maybe like the only serious contender for this list that I did not include. I'll explain why, even though I think it's better than some of the movies on this list. That movie is Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. I'm not putting it on this list. I do think it's better than Sound of Freedom and Nefarious, but I'm not putting it on this list because I think that while it is a marked improvement over Fallout, I don't think it does enough for me to be like, wow, this is awesome. I'm so impressed. There was nothing about that movie that was particularly impressive to me. I think that a certain plot twist where one character basically gets replaced with another character who's done a bit better rather than taking the existing character and building that character up to be more complex. I think that was kind of a goofy decision. I did love though that they they had more teams fighting. I think it's like 3 or 4 teams fighting over the same thing. I thought that was a pleasant change of pace, but overall it's like, yeah, that's another Mission Impossible movie. Crazy fight scenes, fighting, punching, shooting, disguises, yay, woo, switcheroos, and a bit of like practical magic, which you got in the first Mission Impossible movie. There wasn't anything that really knocked my socks off. They remained firmly planted on both of my feet throughout the duration of the runtime. Each of like the 3 or 4 times that I've seen this movie, even though I had a great time watching the movie, I don't think I can warrant putting it above any of the movies on this list when I think that most of them have done things that I've never really seen done before, at least in the ways that they did them here. I want to spotlight things that I think are a bit more unique and a bit higher quality than Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. But I still recommend watching it. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. Now, my number 8 choice is going to be a little bit controversial. Because I know some people are probably going to put this on their list of their least favorite movies of the year. That said, I don't freaking care. Number 8 is going to be Leave the World Behind. Now, Leave the World Behind is the latest movie by Sam Esmail. Now, I will say that I was a little bit disappointed with this movie. Not that it's bad. I think it's actually a great movie, and it's still one of the best movies that I've seen this year. But it's probably like the worst thing I've seen him make. Now, to be fair, I have literally only ever seen Mr. Robot in Homecoming Season 1, which are pretty high bars to clear, to be honest. But, one thing I think that makes both of those works of art work so well is that they're very character focused and character based. You have interesting characters that grow throughout the course of, in Mr. Robot, in the case of Mr. Robot, the show, and in the case of, no, they're both shows. But yeah, so growing throughout the course of the shows, the characters change. And, by the time that the movie ends, or the show ends, they're not the same as they were going into it. This you don't really get much of this in Leave the World Behind. Yes, there are a couple characters who go into the series, the movie, like racist, and they come out kind of like not as racist, maybe. But generally speaking, the characters don't really change that much. I will say though that that's fine because this movie is not necessarily about the characters. It is more to show what the initial gut reactions would be in America to society crumbling. I think it's a relatively realistic depiction of how America could fall and devolve into chaos or some form of civil war. At the end, we kind of get a picture of what's happening, and then the movie ends, right? Like there's no resolution. It's like, oh, what happens to the family? Whatever. The movie isn't about what happens to the family. The movie is about how people would react in a time of crisis, right? In a time where we are so reliant on smartphones and computers and smartwatches and servers and the internet to do like everything that we do. When all of that is gone, what happens? And I think that movie, this movie here, shows what happens very, very well. Now, for people who are going to be like, oh, well, what happens to the people? There is an upcoming movie called Civil War, which I think is almost going to feel like a spiritual sequel to this movie. It's an A24 film. So if you felt a little bit disenchanted by this movie, I highly recommend just going to watch that movie, because I'm sure that will probably have a more satisfying ending for you. But that said, I think this is a great movie. The acting is pretty good. I will say that the writing was a little bit pretentious in a way that, like, Sam Esmail likes to do this, and at least he did this a lot in Mr. Robot, where, you have like one character who like goes on about like, not liking people. Another character who goes on and talks about how all people do is like take advantage of each other. It's like, it feels like you're, reading excerpts from like the sermon of an atheist more than hearing dialogue from like an actual person, which I think is a bit unfortunate. I will say that while those moments do kind of stick out, they don't ruin the whole movie, because they collectively probably take up maybe about like 2 to 3 minutes of airtime in a film that is like 2 hours and 21 minutes long. So not a big deal. I think that those moments are there, and the dialogue is certainly less pretentious than what you find in Mr. Robot. So great movie. I'd recommend watching it. Just go into it not expecting closure for the main characters, but just a depiction of how people would react to society crumbling and them losing the internet and access to their precious electronics. Now, moving on to, I guess, some more predictable or traditional picks for my top 10 movies of the year. We're at number 7 with Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. This was, I could not imagine a better ending to the Guardians of the Galaxy saga. They did a really good job of giving closure to like all of the characters, while still sort of setting them on a sort of like launching pad that Disney can use to give all of the characters their own new adventures if they so choose. But I think if they decided to do that, the nice thing is the characters are in a different position by the end. So it's not going to feel like they're taking this Guardians team and just like ruining them with like these bastardized sequels. Excuse me. Like, you're not really going to get a lot of that in the future with these characters. I do like how they dig into the origins of Rocket Raccoon, kind of explain a bit of that. I think that there's a bit of an exploration of how all of these characters tick. That you'll appreciate, but the main character of this movie is Rocket Raccoon. I think it's kind of cool. Another thing that's cool, I think, is how they use flashbacks to kind of tell two stories at once. It feels like you're watching two movies at the same time, and they pulled that off in a very, very impressive way. I think if you don't have much hope or faith in James Gunn as the showrunner / leader of the DCU, just watch this movie. watch this movie and all of your expectations will rise to the surface like a helium balloon. Like you will, you're no longer going to walk into DCU projects expecting garbage. Like you're going to expect some fantastic art. Like I think that people doubting James Gunn for, thinking that he's not going to do a good job at piloting the DCU after this movie came out is just flat out ridiculous. Like people should have way more faith in James Gunn than they do now. So anyways, go check out this movie. Many people are using this as an exit point to the MCU. I don't think the MCU is worth leaving quite yet, because I think that there is still some good stuff there. And I do think that Disney is going to right the ship eventually. Right, we've got Echo coming up, right? I'm hoping that Echo's good. Deadpool 3 probably is going to be good as well. But anyways, this movie is great. Go watch it. It's fun. Even if you have checked out of the MCU, come back for this movie and dip again, right? Like this, it's a good film. Number 6 is John Wick Chapter 4. Part of me didn't really want to even include this movie in the list because, kind of like Dead Reckoning Part 1, this movie didn't really do anything too crazy, at least in comparison to the prior movies. But I will say they figured out a way to give John Wick a satisfying ending in a genre where usually what you have is the main character just beating up bad guys, and then like that's his only motivation. That's the only thing that happens. Like I can see why people like stopped following 24 after a while, and why the viewership dropped off, because every single season is Jack Bauer going after the bad guys. Now, I don't think I'll ever get tired of that, right? I've been watching the show slowly for years and savoring every single one of those moments, but like I think after a while people get tired of that, and the creators of the series realize that. So they found a way to be like, okay, how can John Wick's life's mission be completed? And they figured out a way to put that in a movie form, in a way that I think if the people who ran 24, well, I mean, R.I.P. Mandy Koto, but if the people who ran 24 tried to do that, they would fail. I think if the people who run Mission Impossible tried to do that, they would fail. John Wick somehow manages to pull that off in Chapter 4. Very, very well done. This is probably the best ending to an action franchise that you could have possibly asked for, in my opinion. So people are saying they're doing a Chapter 5. I hope they don't. But if they do, I don't care, because this is still a fine ending. So I don't know what you could do to ruin this. I could be wrong, though. I shouldn't be daring Hollywood to ruin endings for me. Right? I'm just poking the bear at that point. Like the studios will be happy to oblige. But let's move on. Now we're at the top 5. Number 5 is The Creator. This is a very underrated movie. Like, more people should be watching movies like this. This is not based on anything that's been made before, I don't think. This is an original idea. And it looks like, a very high budget film that is given all of the treatment that any, sequel to a massively successful franchise would have been given. I will say that the marketing for this was a little bit lackluster, but the movie's fantastic. The CGI looks better than what you would get in any modern Marvel movie. Also, the child actress, Madeline Yuna, how do you say this? Madeline Yuna Voiles was absolutely fantastic in this film. She was probably the best actress, and we're talking about a movie that has like some literal stars in this movie, like John David Washington and Gemma Chan, who I think has been in numerous other other films and shows. But this is great. This is a movie that, even though at times it feels a little long, by the end you'll kind of be like, this world is fantastic. Why don't we have a sequel or a mini series delving into what it's like to actually live inside of this society? This is the type of movie where if this came out 20 years ago, it would have started a new franchise. But barely anybody watched it. I don't think that many people are going to pay attention to this until 5 years down the line, where people start rediscovering this movie and then being like, this film is fantastic. What in the world? And by then it will be too late to turn it into a franchise. But this is a great movie. Go watch this. This is probably better than half of the movies you've seen in theaters this year. Now, number 4 is actually a movie that did not come out this year and not even last year, but it came out in 2021. This is The Green Knight. Now, I will say, people wildly misinterpreted this movie because they, for the life of them, they could not understand how the heck to determine whether or not a scene is literal or a dream sequence. But if you know how to figure out whether or not you're seeing a dream sequence or something is literally happening, you will love this movie. It almost feels like a fairy tale, to be honest. But it's like a dark and serious one. This was very well done. This is very well done. It should be a classic film, but just people didn't pay attention to it. A24 did a wonderful job. This is not something that I want a sequel to, or anything like that. I just want this to be more greatly recognized among society. Because I really don't think that this movie got the credit that it deserved. I think this is an instant classic. This is probably, once I watch everything in my catalog behind me, which will take a while, but eventually I probably will end up doing that. This is probably going to be first on my list to rewatch, just because this was a fantastic film. If you have not seen this, you should definitely go watch this. Very fun movie. Also, I need to get the special digibook, like 4K digibook that A24 released for this, because I got this in a cheap Blu-ray that was $5 or $10, but that digibook looks crazy, so I should go get that. Number 3 is going to be something that will probably not surprise any of you. It's Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. So many people saw this movie. So many people loved it. This was really well done. I think that this is the only way you could have possibly topped Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Many people are saying, oh, I'm sick and tired of Spider-Verse stuff, so I'm not even putting this on my list. That's absolutely stupid. The story that is here is fantastic. It almost the Spider-Verse and multiverse is a platform on top of which the rest of the story stands. There are things going on with the main character and that I think it's not like the whole movie is a gimmick to utilize the multiverse in a ridiculous way, right? If there are certain multiverse things like Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, where it's okay, you're just messing around with this multiverse idea. But here, all the other characters have so many real struggles, motivations, and things that they're trying to accomplish that, the fact that everything's happening in a multiverse almost seems like a backdrop, or it seems like a tool that the main characters are using to achieve their goals versus something that they're traveling for fun, like you'll get in other things like Rick and Morty, for example. This, I think, is the single best utilization of the multiverse. And I really, really, really hope that the sequel to this movie wraps everything up in this neat little bow and, does not tarnish the reputation of the first 2 films, because these are this series, this franchise is incredible. It is kind of stunning to me that Sony has done such a great job with these movies, considering how bad superhero movies have gotten in recent years, and also just how bad franchise films have gotten in recent years. Sony certainly deserves a round of applause just for allowing the animation studio to just do what they need to do, except for abuse the workers, right? You know, I hate that they abused the animation workers and put them under undue levels of stress, right? That I think to a degree it also jeopardized the quality of the film. You know, they certainly need to treat their employees better. But beyond that, I absolutely applaud Sony for letting the animation studio doing whatever the heck they needed and wanted to do. Keep on doing that. Let them end the series before butchering it with like some like spin-off series you're gonna put on like Hulu or some like kids platform or something. But anyways, that's the third one. But now it's time for the top two. Top two. And by the way, for any of you guys watching, leave a comment down below and let me know what you guys think will be in my top two. Also, if you disagree with any of my takes about these movies, leave them down in the comment section below and let me know how I'm wrong. Also, give me recommendations for movies that I have not seen. Do you think that I've not seen? Because I have a long list of movies to watch, and I will not hesitate to add yet another movie to that list. And I'm looking for more recommendations. I love recommendations. But number 2 is The Suicide Squad by James Gunn. Yes, this is another movie that came out in 2021. Yes, this is another movie that I did not see in theaters, but boy, was this fantastic. It's very rare that I watch a movie and I'm like, there's literally no way that they could have made this better. This movie is one of them. I'm surprised that this is ranked so poorly by so many viewers because there's so much here that works. Every single one of the characters has a heartfelt story. The humor is fantastic. This is probably the funniest thing by James Gunn that I've ever seen. And the ending is just like, it's great. It's great. Peacemaker being in this almost makes me feel like I'm watching The Boys, like, which is great because like I've been wanting to see something like The Boys, but you know, unfortunately The Boys has like tons of gratuitous sexual content in it, so I haven't been watching it. Peacemaker makes me feel like I'm like James Gunn is literally like, hey, you're not a newbie. I know that you've wanted to see The Boys, but it has sexual content, so here's The Suicide Squad. Like, it's fantastic. This movie was great. This movie was fun. You know, it does kind of give away which characters die and which ones don't to a relative degree with the poster and everything. So there are certain character deaths in the beginning of the movie that will not shock you if you've seen enough of the promotional material. But regardless, there's still some surprises, right? With what happens to some of the characters later on in the movie. So no character is safe. I think that's one thing that really makes this movie work. The comedy is great. It's fantastic. I think the comedy works even better here than in like a Deadpool movie, because Deadpool just throws you so many jokes that you'll laugh at half of them and you'll be laughing, 75% of the way through the film. This movie doesn't overdo it with the jokes, but it just makes things funny. Now, there are certain things that are tragic about the different characters where, you'll certainly feel some things emotionally, but it's not a sad movie. It's a very, very fun film. Also, there's some fun debate of like, do you do what to do to serve your country, or do you do what the right thing to do is? There's an obvious answer to that, and they do give you the obvious answer, but it's still a fantastic movie. Highly recommend watching it if you haven't seen it yet. Now it's time for the number 1 film that I've seen this year. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I've been meaning to see this movie earlier, but it took me a while to get around to it. And oh my goodness, this is probably going to end up there as like one of my favorite movies of all time. It almost feels flawless. There are many people who are like, this movie is like weird. It doesn't make sense. It's ridiculously goofy. I think that the silly things that happen work because there's always the undertones of like, oh, there's this emotional stuff that the main character's going through or some of the side characters are going through. It's all a movie
RYY.
about...
Said in the chat.
What was that? I was not expecting TTS.
What's an ABT?
There are so many the main plot of this movie is the mother and the daughter trying to emotionally connect when both of them are going through different difficulties. And I think they did a very, very, very good job of fitting that conflict into like what's basically a superhero film, without diminishing either the fun of a superhero film that has like a multiverse aspect to it, or diminishing the serious gravity of, emotional turmoil that is threatening to tear an entire family apart. RYY in the chat says, what's it about? Everything Everywhere All at Once? I mean, it's basically about, just emotional turmoil within the family. The family is kind of falling apart at the seams, which doesn't seem obvious at the beginning, but it's about the whole family kind of trying to, in their own way, come together. It's a very wholesome film, which, generally, of course, you're not really going to expect that in a modern film, but it's surprisingly wholesome. You will love this movie if you see it, I think, unless you're the type of person who just likes like cheesy blockbuster films like The Avengers or whatever, where the plot is extremely straightforward. Not that this movie's convoluted, but there's so much going on that I can see why many moviegoers who like more straightforward stories might get confused at certain parts or bored at certain parts. But it's a great movie. It's a great movie. Also, one thing that's very cool, I absolutely loved the fact that who is it? There are so many characters here in this movie, so many actors that I've seen from other things. Particularly, there were two actors that I've seen in Christian movies that just like show up here at like the randomest time that I was not expecting. James Hong, I know he's a famous actor, but I saw him in The Lost Medallion. He was very good in that movie. And then there was Harry Shum Jr., who played a side character in the Christian movie Mom's Night Out. Harry Shum Jr., especially, I'm glad that he was in this movie because they gave him so much more material to work with in this movie than they did in Mom's Night Out. But I mean, frankly, they only gave him like 2 scenes in Mom's Night Out, but it's great to see him be able to show off more of his acting range than he had in that movie. So many other actors here. You probably will recognize some of these names. It really is almost like a star-studded cast of actors that you probably won't know unless you've seen a lot of shows and movies. But if you've seen a lot of shows and movies, you're definitely going to recognize a lot of these actors and actresses. Apparently, a lot of the Asian actors and actresses were also in Crazy Rich Asians. I haven't seen that movie though, but it was very, very cool to see so many great actors and actresses in this movie. All of them given some more material to work with. Some of the actors like Ki-hye Kwan, given like basically one of their first shots at acting in a long time. Like that was very, very cool. But anyway, that's my top 10 movies of the year. Not the top 10 movies of the year, because I don't think a single human can possibly see enough movies in order to give a definitive list of what the top 10 movies of the year are. But these are just my top 10 favorites. If you think I'm wrong about something, let me know in the live chat or let me know in the comment section down below, because I would like to hear different opinions, but also I would like to hear some recommendations for new movies to check out. Oh, man. So that was fun. That was very, very fun. I should do this next year. It took a lot longer than I thought it would take, but it kind of makes sense because I was very passionate about the movies that I listed there. All right. So now it's time to move on to, I think, some of the more serious topics. It's time to do the political reactions. Now,
2022.
I have no idea if this is going to get me some sort of political a copyright strike. I hope it doesn't. And there's no material for me to do where if this gets me a copyright strike, or a block or something, I'll just switch to doing something else on stream. There are so many other things that I can react to, but I'm going to go ahead and do my best to react to this. So here we go. There was one major televised debate that you probably missed and you probably didn't watch. I think that many people buried the lead. This wasn't really that well promoted, but I think it'd be interesting to check this out. This aired on Fox News on Hannity. It's actually an episode of Hannity. It's called The Great Red versus Blue Debate. This is a debate between, what's his name? Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom. Two people who I think the elites wish were the nominees for President of the United States. Now, I don't know what is like the best place to go watch this if you want to watch this yourself. I DVR'd it on Hulu with live TV, which is how I'm able to watch it. I don't think it's in podcast form. The full debate is on YouTube. Maybe if you have a cable subscription, you could go check it out on the Fox News app. But I'm able to grab a copy, right? It's not pirated or anything. So I'm going to react to this. Hopefully I don't get any sort of like copyright strike or anything or copyright block. Unfortunately, these ads are unskippable for me, but let's dive into this because I think that this would be fun to watch together.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we are broadcasting live just north of Atlanta, Georgia, in Alpharetta, Georgia, where in just a moment we're going to hear from the Republican governor.
Yo, this is a very, very cool setup. It does look kind of weird because like the whole background is so dark and it looks like there's like no one there. It kind of has like the same eerie feeling that the COVID era debates had, but I think it's kind of a cool setup. I wish that more debates kind of experimented with the setup and the format in this way.
Governor of Florida, the Democratic governor of the great state of California, for what is the first ever red state, blue state debate right here on the Fox News channel.
Also, why did they decide to do this, by the way? I'm a little bit confused by that. No one was asking for this. Like, I'm sure this will be fun for us to watch, but like, who asked for this? No one asked for this.
Now, we will do our best to give equal time to each governor. We will limit answers to 60 seconds per question. We'll be a little flexible as needed. Let the debate breathe as needed, along with a 30-second time for rebuttal. Let me start by introducing both Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, California Governor Gavin Newsom. Governors, thank you both for being here. Really appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Sean.
I know both of you personally. I've known you both for a long time. I know you're very busy. I also know this. I know that both of you love your individual states.
Yeah.
I know you both have a deep and abiding love for our country, as I do. But where we are in the country, we've never kind of been this divided in a long time. There are clear...
That's an interesting pitch. That's an interesting pitch, right? Where it's like Florida is basically the icon of a right-wing red state. Right, it's like, you know, if you want to refer to a Republican state, that's the state you refer to. But for the Democrat side, California is the state that you refer to. Now, I find it interesting that these icons, right, the red state of Florida, is viewed as like the icon for what it's like to live in a Republican state, and California is the icon of what it's like to live in a Democratic state, and the quality of life in these two states is very different. Now, I will say this, to be fair, that California, and I've heard streamers on Twitch talk about this. Many of them live in California, right? So they have an idea of what this is like. In California, there's some very, very, very nice places to live, right? Like, I think LA is still relatively nice in certain areas. The problem is that it's very inconsistent. You have all these druggies all lined up in the street on one part of the state, and then like 2 blocks down, everything is great. It's a wonderful gated community. So the state is very inconsistent. I think that the quality of life in Florida might be a little bit consistently better than in California. So I don't want to act like the entirety of California is crappy, because it's not. But California has some very severe problems, like, you know, drug needles on the side of on the sidewalk and stuff. And people defecating on sidewalks that Florida just doesn't really have.
And deep and profound differences in your approach to governance. And before we begin, one quick note to all of you that are watching at home. Okay, I'm now the longest running primetime cable host in the history of cable news. I'm now, and I feel blessed, in my 28th year at Fox. It's kind of widely known that I am a conservative. However, tonight I will be moderating this debate. I will not be part of the debate.
Interesting. I wonder how good you'll do with that.
Tonight will be coming from well-sourced.
Oh, wait. When I do reactions, I usually do closed captions. Here we go. Okay, we got subtitles.
Fact-centered perspectives, and you will see and hear most of tonight's questions will deal with the most fundamental issues, the ones that impact the lives of the people that make this country great, the people in Florida.
Sorry, can I not move the subtitles?
The people in
camera's covering them.
California, and in many ways, every state in the country will discuss taxes, the economy, immigration, crime, guns, homelessness, education, parental rights, abortion.
Hold on. Wait a second. Why isn't this something that's covered in most of the presidential debates? Taxes. When has anyone talked about taxes in any of the presidential debates so far? I will say that the most recent one I've not seen yet. Why aren't more people talking about taxes in general election debates? There's the economy. People have been talking about that. That's fair. The immigration, people are talking about that as well. Crime. I mean, the GOP candidates have brought this up.
Said in the chat.
But it's not something that most of the moderators have been bringing up. Guns. Why isn't that something that's being brought up? Homelessness. That's something that the GOP candidates have had to bring up that the moderators don't even want to talk about. Education has maybe been brought up once or twice. Parental rights has been brought up, I think, maybe once over the course of like 3 debates. To be fair, abortion and gas prices have been brought up during the GOP debates. But like half of these things have been mentioned maybe lightly over the course of the presidential campaign process during the major debates. And all of these things are very, very important.
What about gas prices?
Gas prices, yeah, they're gonna talk about that.
Jot. Said in the chat. Wait, NVM, it's there.
In the end, you will get to decide which governing philosophy you believe is better. The governors will explain their governing philosophy. And again, fact-based questions. So let's get started. Everybody ready?
Hopefully, we'll see.
All right. As we speak, there is a phenomenon. It is playing out across the entire country. Americans, they are leaving blue states in droves in favor of red states. You can see numbers on the screen right now from the years 2021 and 2022. These particular numbers are stark in the state that you lead. In the case of you, Governor Newsom, according to the U.S. Census, this is where the numbers come from. In 2021, 2022, California's lost 750,000 residents to other states. Governor DeSantis, during that same 2-year period, you gained 454,000 residents from other states. So, Governor DeSantis, we had a coin toss. I was not part of it. I missed it. But apparently, Governor Newsom, you won the coin toss. And you chose to let Governor DeSantis have the first.
Said in the chat. Is losing it good?
No.
Jot. Said in the chat. 'Cause I just saw my state.
So, in case you missed it, Sean Hannity's point with that graph is people are leaving blue states to go to red states. That has many negative detriments. This is how many areas like Detroit, Michigan, started crumbling. I think Ohio, to a degree, started crumbling financially because people run businesses, but then once the people leave, the revenue dries up, and then the businesses shut down, and the people who run the businesses leave as well. And then it's just economically lifeless as a state. Also, you get less revenue as a state through taxes, so you aren't able to do as much in the form of projects unless you don't care about getting into debt, which, frankly, many states don't. They just pretend that they do. And now I will say that when it comes to, moving
New Jersey not doing good then.
Now, I will say, to be fair, when you have people going into your state, that could also bring its own challenges, right? For example, with migrants, illegal immigrants getting bussed over into New York, that adds strain to the resources that New York tries to give out to people because they love giving out handouts to the people who live there. So that is a problem too. And also, when you look at Florida, for example, people have been moving to Florida, and since they've been moving into Florida, no one wants to talk about this. But I'm glad that Laura Loomer, at least, is bringing this up. It's a more expensive place to live now because there's limited resources, right? So housing values have gone up, which is great for the people who own houses, but it's awful for people who are moving there and trying to make a living there. There's less real estate, so people are fighting over resources, not physically, but it's like prices are going up. It's more competitive. It's hard to recommend going to Florida now because Florida is becoming so crowded, and as more people go there, it's going to be a harder place to live. It's going to end up like California was, where you have to make a lot of money in order to have a sustainable life in Florida. So there are pros and cons to gaining and losing more states. But I will say that it's generally a testament to how you're doing as a governor and running your state. If you're doing a good job, people are going to want to go to your state. If you are doing a bad job, people are going to want to leave. You generally, I think, want to have a stable population, right? Because states aren't infinitely scalable when it comes to population growth. Generally, I think you want a stable population. You don't want to have tons and tons and tons of people coming into your state with no sign of stopping or no limit. So that can be a problem.
First question, you will get the last word tonight. So I begin with you. For Governor Newsom, I will ask, what your response is on this as well. It's a simple question. How do you explain this phenomenon? Governor, what's going on?
When I was in the Navy, I got orders to go to Naval Amphibious Base Coronado in Southern California. And I was a lifelong Floridian, but I went there and I was like, man, this is one of the most beautiful places on earth. And I think California has more natural advantages than any state in the country. You almost have to try to mess California up. And yeah, that's what Gavin Newsom has done since he's been governor. He's the first governor to ever lose population. They actually, at one point, ran out of U-Hauls in the state of California because so many people were leaving. Of course, he's imposed restrictions on his own people.
That's crazy.
While exempting himself from those restrictions and going to the French Laundry while his people were suffering. He led the country in school closures, locking kids out of school while he had his own kids in private school in person. Now, he's very good at spinning these tales. He's good at being slick and slippery. He'll tell a blizzard of lies to be able to try to mask the failures. But the reality is they have failed because of his leftist ideology. And the choice for America is this. What Biden and Harris and Newsom want to do is...
To be fair, I don't think that he's losing people because of his leftist ideology. I don't think that people are being like, oh, I hate your leftist ideology, so I'm leaving. They're leaving because the leftist ideology is leading to making decisions that's making the state a more difficult place to leave. This is why I think Florida's in trouble as well. You're having a lot of liberal progressives and Marxists moving over to Florida, and then they're going to go to Florida, and what are they going to do? They're going to start voting. You're going to have a bunch of... Florida's going to become more purple than it was before Ron DeSantis showed up. So I think that's a reason why Florida's kind of in trouble. But you're mistaken if you're thinking that people are leaving California because it's so woke. That's not why people are leaving. They're leaving because they can't afford to live there anymore.
Take the California model and do that nationally. In Florida, we showed that conservative principles work. This country must choose freedom over failure.
Governor Newsom, your reaction?
Well,
is there no crowd?
Good to be with you, Sean. It's nice also to see you in a tie as well tonight.
I thought that Florida was. I thought there was a crowd somewhere behind all those banners.
With you, Ron, and
I dressed up for the occasion, Governor.
No, I'm impressed and I'm grateful. Look, it's an important.
Why is he surprised that a moderator of a debate would show up wearing a tie? This is literally an episode of Hannity on Fox News. Hannity wears ties in suits every single episode there, as far as I know. That's kind of a weird remark to make.
Occasion. Now, this is an important conversation, and I think it's important to folks watching. They're probably wondering, what are we actually doing here? And I want to answer that very directly. I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to tell the truth about the Biden-Harris record and also compare and contrast Ron DeSantis' record and the Republican Party's record as a point of contrast that's as different as daylight and darkness. You want to bring us back to a pre-1960s world, America in reverse. You want to roll back hard-earned national rights on voting rights, on civil rights, on LGBTQ rights, on women's rights, not just access to abortion, but also access to contraception. You want to weaponize grievance. You are focusing on false separateness. You in particular, Ron, are on a banning binge, a cultural purge, intimidating and humiliating people you disagree with. You and President Trump are really trying to light democracy on fire. So, Sean, there are profound...
Yo, I will say that this is kind of old, but this does not age well in light of the fact that Democrats are literally trying to take Donald Trump off of ballots in multiple states in the United States of America.
Differences tonight, and I look forward to engaging. But there's one thing in closing that we have in common is neither of us will be the nominee for our party in 2024.
That's funny. That's funny. That's a good one. Okay.
Great opening statement, but
Didn't
it
answer
did not
the question.
It
I mean,
didn't address the issue. Can you explain this migration out of California and going to red state, blue state?
Well, hold on. You mean the last 2 years, more Floridians going to California than Californians going to Florida?
No, I put up on. I put
That's
up on
just,
the
by the way,
screen.
that's going to be fun to fact check. So we'll just start right there. California has no peers. California dominates, size of 21 state populations combined. It's the fifth largest.
There is still a net loss. There is still a net loss of people in California. There are more people leaving California than going to California. It may be true that more people are going from Florida to California than from California to Florida. I think it's some people hearing that Florida is such a great place to live, and then they realize that they can't stand living in an area that is that's not as woke as the place where they came from, or people realizing that California is actually kind of a land of opportunity now because the state's going to end up being reshaped. I think that Newsom and people like that are not going to be in power for long. I think long term. So people kind of want to go to California to reshape the nature of the state, but that doesn't really negate the point that Hannity made. It's an interesting counterpoint. It's something that, maybe Ron DeSantis should have to answer for, but it's not the subject that we're discussing at the moment.
Economy in the world. We dominate, number one manufacturing state. We dominate in two-way trade and research and development, access to innovation, more scientists, more researchers, more engineers, more Nobel laureates in the state of California than any other state in the nation, the finest system of higher...
I mean, Nobel laureates don't lower gas prices. Nobel laureates don't make rent cheaper. Nobel laureates don't decrease your taxable income, right? They don't lower your taxes. Nobel laureates don't make it easier to own a home. Nobel laureates don't remove used drug needles from the streets. And Nobel laureates don't keep homeless people from defecating on the sidewalks. So you can brag about all of the Nobel laureates that you have, but ain't no Nobel laureates running around, increasing the quality of life in California.
Education. It's the birthplace of life science and biotech and nanotechnology. We dominate in green tech. We dominate in high tech. We dominate in artificial intelligence. So with respect, I think it's an interesting campaign strategy for Ron DeSantis to be bashing a state of 40 million Americans when California simply has no peers.
Well, that's a pretty slick way of not answering your question. He went on a binge of putting out a lot of left-wing platitudes. Here's what I would say. I talked to a lot of the people that have moved from California to Florida, and we never used to get people from California to Florida or really anywhere in the East, because why would you leave California? It's got the best weather, great natural forces. Excuse me, sir. But one of the things that I did, I was talking to a gentleman, a couple.
Guys, I'm going to let the debate breathe. but it's his turn. Let's take turns.
So I was talking to a fella who had made the move from California to Florida, and he was telling me that Florida is much better governed, safer, better budget, lower taxes, all this stuff. And he's really happy with the quality of life. And then he paused and he said, by the way, I'm Gavin Newsom's father-in-law. So we do count Gavin's in-laws as some of the people that have fled California and come to the state of Florida. And why are we getting people to come? We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. You don't see in the last 10 years, we've had a 45% decline in homelessness. California's had a 45% increase in homelessness. We back the blue. I was walking the streets of San Francisco a couple months ago, and I had some of the cops in San Francisco do a beeline to come over to me, and I didn't know what they were going to say. And they're like, we want to thank you for standing for law enforcement because we don't get that support in the state of California. So people understand quality of life matters. They understand that Florida's doing it right, and I can tell you the numbers speak for themselves. We have way more people moving to this state than leaving. Gavin can't say the opposite. More people are leaving California than are moving into California.
Let me bring up
coming to California the other way around the last 2 years. But let's talk about crime.
Governor, hold on. Governor, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
I actually think he should be allowed to respond to that directly. I don't think that Hannity should be butting in, making a counterpoint at this point of the debate.
He said a lot of things that were factually untrue, including that 50-year crime low, which his own law enforcement team said you should not be using.
You have yet to address the issue, but I asked you twice. You don't want to answer it. But the issue of why the migration out of red states, out of blue states.
We just established more Floridians coming to California in the last 2 years than the other way.
Overall, you had a net loss of 7.
Exactly.
Asserted it.
It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
It is a fact.
Moving on. Let's go. Your states have vastly different income tax rates. Okay.
I will say it's very cool to see a moderator point out, hey, you didn't answer the question. You don't really see that a whole lot in debates generally. So I'm impressed by that. Now, maybe Sean Hannity will moderate a debate in the future. That'd be cool to see. He did a lot better than the team who did the last Fox News debate. But actually not doing a terrible job here.
Well, you had a net loss of 7.
It's a
fact.
fact.
Asserted it.
It's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
It is a fact.
Moving on. Let's go. Your states have vastly different income tax rates. Okay. It is what it is. These are the facts. California's highest rate for top earners, 13%. Married couple, for example, in California, earning a median income of $84,000, they have a 6% income tax in the state of California. Florida's income tax rate is 0% across all salaries, but it goes beyond income taxes. Property taxes are lower in California, but everything else is higher. Let's take a look at the numbers. These are the facts. The average property tax in California, 0.75%, Florida, 0.91%. Sales tax, California, 7.25%, Florida, 6%. Gas tax rate, California, 77 cents a gallon. That is a low estimate. It's up to $1 when you include mandatory fees, and in Florida, it's 35 cents. Corporate income tax, California, 8.84%, Florida.
I think it's really good that he's pointing out that property taxes are higher in Florida. I think it's also something that Laura Loomer was complaining about when talking about Ron DeSantis' record. So I'm glad he's pointing that out.
Florida, 5.5%. Governor Newsom, this is your question. Let me ask you. Obviously, you support a different philosophy, which is higher taxes.
Yes. No, hold on.
We have a tax question.
This is
Bro, if your taxes are higher, and you're not championing lower taxes, higher taxes are your platform.
Very different approach, and I agree with you completely.
You don't get to have high taxes and then say, no. High taxes aren't my platform.
A different philosophy, which is higher taxes.
Yes. Hold on.
This is a tax question, Governor.
This is a very different approach, and I agree with you completely. He has one of the most regressive tax rates in the United States of America. It's the number 3 most regressive state in America. And what that means is simply this. Who does he tax? He taxes low-income workers more than we tax millionaires and billionaires in the state of California. The question is a simple one. Who, Ron, are you for? It's a fact.
Which tax? We have established multiple taxes, compared them between Florida and California. the only singular tax where there was a higher tax rate in Florida than in California was a property tax. And low-income workers probably don't really own that much property. So what in the world is he talking about?
Actual lie that the state of California is high tax, has the highest tax rate, but for whom? And it's a foundational and fundamental difference. You look at states like Texas, overwhelming majority of Texans pay more taxes than the state of California. So
We're not
again,
talking about Texas.
It's who you're for, and I think those values matter, and I appreciate you bringing up the issue of taxes.
How many people leave Florida to go to California because they pay less taxes? I've not seen that. Are people going from Florida to New York because they pay less taxes? Of course not. They come to Florida because they pay lower taxes. We don't even have an income tax, and yet California has a higher sales tax than we do, and that's one of the things that we do. But here's the thing, and I'll give Gavin credit. He did at least admit in his first answer, he's joined at the hip with Biden and Harris. He thinks Biden and Harris have done a great job. He thinks the economy is working because of their policies for Americans, and they are not. And so what California represents is the Biden-Harris agenda on steroids. They would love nothing more than to get 4 more years to be able to take the California model nationally. That would be disastrous for working people in this country.
We'll talk about working people. They pay more in your state than the state of California charges for billionaires and millionaires, and it's just a value proposition.
True?
It's a fact. Again, you can't.
Wait a
make
second.
things
Wait.
up.
He keeps making this claim. What's it based on?
We'll talk about working people. They pay more in your state than the state of California charges for billionaires and millionaires, and it's just about.
In taxes? I don't understand. What is this data that he's citing? He's saying that rich people, he's saying that like low income earners pay more in taxes in Florida than in California. But please tell me which tax you're referring to that is like affecting, please tell me what you're referring to that is affecting low income earners more in Florida than in California.
Value proposition.
True?
It's a fact. Again, you can't make.
You
these
have
things
$6
up.
or $7 a gallon gas. How do they afford that? These are folks that are blue collar
Exactly.
people.
Talking
You're
about
going to force
tax rates
everybody to
in
buy
your
an
state.
electric vehicle. How are they going to be able to afford electric vehicles if you're working class people? And I think the thing about California, they have one of the highest inequality rates because, yeah, they've got Silicon Valley billionaires. They've got a lot of very wealthy people. They've got a lot of people that are on government assistance. But they've hollowed out their middle class. That's who's been leaving California. They've been leaving in other places. They go to Arizona. They go to Nevada. They go to all these places.
Let me just
Just like Biden is hollowing out this
I do have a follow-up question.
in California.
Ron, I'm happy that you continue to talk. Let's talk a little bit about Bidenomics because I'm happy to take that on right now as well. And I think it's
You're
a fair
a big
point.
supporter of it. I appreciate you acknowledging
14 million jobs, 10 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Because he had
815,000 manufacturing
the jobs were because of the COVID lockdowns. Are you kidding me?
3.9%
Interesting.
unemployment. As he continues to talk over me, I'll talk to the American people. 3.9%.
You were just talking over him like 5 to 10 minutes ago. You don't get to be smug about him talking over you now.
Unemployment, the lowest black unemployment in American history, the lowest unemployment for Hispanics in American history, the lowest unemployment for women in 70 years, the lowest black poverty rates in history. That's this administration's agenda. And by the way, as you smile and smirk over there, you should know this, the American people. Here's a guy who celebrated Bidenomics just this week, celebrating $28 million that came into your state because of the CHIPS and Science Act, one of the most significant economic plans since FDR. I'm proud of the work Biden and Harris have done.
Would you like to respond? And I do have a follow-up. The 6% rate on people, families, couple in California, they pay 6% income tax on $84,000 a year.
Low-wage workers in the state of Florida pay more than billionaire state of California.
I didn't ask about Florida.
Let me answer the question.
Spinning lies.
Let him answer the question.
Cover for his
Ron, if I may
Let him ask
answer
the question.
Okay.
California has lower taxes, lower than 32 states for working families in the middle class. Significantly lower taxes.
What is that bracket? What is low income earners? What is middle class, right? I mean, because Democrats love to use these slippery words. So it's like, oh, let's pass this bill to tax the rich. And then turns out that taxing the rich literally includes large swaths of the middle class, right? So it's a little bit helpful if you maybe more narrowly and precisely define exactly who you're talking about is paying more in taxes in Florida than in California, and how, through which taxes, because Sean Hannity has demonstrated that basically all taxes are more expensive in California than in Florida, except for property taxes, which again, low-income earners probably don't have property, or at least not that much property.
You support that. That's what
like
you say.
Texas.
You support a 6% income tax for people,
I'm against
$4,000.
progressive taxes that advantage billionaires and millionaires over working families and the working poor. People in his state pay more taxes on the low end than we tax people on the high end.
How does
That's
paying
a fact.
$7 a gallon gas help working people? That doesn't help working people at all. How does paying an 8% sales tax help working people? That doesn't help working people at all. They have the highest taxes in the nation. People flee to be able to save money to get out of California. And you have working class people that move to these other states. Their dollars go much further. But here's the thing. They want to take this Bidenomics and they want to double down on this for the next 4 years. How many people are able to afford groceries now compared to what you were doing 3 or 4 years ago? I talked to people, I talked to a woman who had a cart full of groceries going in, and they're ringing it up. And it got to be so expensive, she has to take a lot of the stuff out. That didn't used to be the case. People used to be able to work hard and get ahead. That is not true under Joe Biden. And you know what, Sean, one more final thing. California's unemployment rate is 60% higher than Florida's unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate is 2.8%.
That dovetails into my next question,
Why?
Governor.
Because it's a command and control economy. They have a political agenda that they're pursuing.
Let me ask that question.
People.
On with the question of jobs. I think it's important. You know what? That affects.
By the way,
that affects everybody.
Biden administration, the last 3 years, it's been a master.
Joe Biden paying you tonight?
3.9%.
I thought this was state versus state.
Well, hey, I mean, the GOP's probably paying. Actually, it's going to be a joke, but this is not misinformation. It's a joke. But is the GOP paying Ron DeSantis too? Like, this feels like a debate between the two mascots of both parties, really.
About the United States of America. I thought this guy was running for president of the United States. If
You
you're
are
running
too.
for a
You just won't
are you
admit
running
it.
for a third
You
term?
just
Sounds like
won't
you're
admit
running
it.
for a
You will not
third
admit it.
term.
Why don't you
All right,
just
gentlemen.
admit that you're
Hold
running?
on.
All right, we can't talk. We can't talk. I'm going to move on to the next
hovering.
question.
He's
The
running.
unemployment rate in Florida right now is just 2.8%. As you stated.
Oh my goodness. How exactly is Gavin Newsom going to spin this stat to make California look better than Florida? I wonder if he'll use a tactic saying, "Oh, well, it used to be 7% or something like that." That would be a smart tack.
California ranks second worst in the country at 4.8%. Hold on. This question goes to Governor DeSantis, and then you'll have a chance to respond. Governor DeSantis.
Well, right. I mean, they tax too much. They regulate too much. They have a political agenda. It's not a good climate for business. They've lost a lot of companies. A lot of companies have moved to Texas. We have had some to Florida, but they've lost a lot of companies to Texas because they're not doing a good job looking out for folks and not creating a good business environment. And, when I have people that come to Florida, they tell me, you guys actually want us to succeed in Florida. And they feel like when they're in California, they don't want business to succeed.
Is that what Disney's
and all that
saying,
stuff.
the Tampa Bay Rays?
Well, actually, yeah. I think that's an interesting point with Disney because I had Disney open during COVID, and we made them a fortune, and we saved a lot of jobs. You had Disney closed inexplicably for over a year. You were not following science. You were a lockdown governor. You did a lot of damage to your people. You had more kids locked out of school for a longer period of time in California than anywhere else in the country. It was the working class kids. It was the middle income kids. His kids were in private school. They were in class in person.
We'll get to
He locked people out because of the teachers union. He is owned by the teachers union. You will never cross the teachers union.
This is just a lot of hot air.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Let's talk about COVID. Let's talk about your record on COVID.
That got a lot more personal than it needed to be. Because DeSantis had some really good points about how he actually has done better for businesses in Florida than Newsom has done in California. But then it got all personal with oh, you put your kids in school. he already brought that up. He didn't need to bring it up again for like the second time in 5 to 10 minutes. I will say, though, that one of the reasons that I did not like Ron DeSantis, and I hope that Gavin Newsom brings this up, is that Ron DeSantis revoked certain privileges that he gave to Disney. I have a whole video about this. You could go watch my all of the reasons why I don't like Ron DeSantis. But basically, now I will say this. When you're a governor, you have a right to revoke privileges from companies if you wish, right? But Ron DeSantis revoked privileges from Disney specifically because they were woke. I don't think that you should be giving different companies special favor or special treatment or especially negative treatment specifically for having political viewpoints that you disagree with. Because I think that just leads to more partisanship. It's not particularly fair. If your company is bringing in more income into the state, I think you should be treated well. I think that's the criteria you should use, not like, oh, well, you guys are woke, so you guys aren't gonna be like tax exempt anymore. Like that's really not fair, and I think that's a little bit that's unfortunate, unnecessarily petty. So I hope that Gavin Newsom brings this up. I think there was a reason he specifically mentioned both Disney and the Tampa Bay Rays. I don't know what the Tampa Bay Rays situation is, so kind of curious what he has to say about that.
Emergency declaration before the state of California did. You closed down your beaches, your bars, your restaurants. It's a fact.
It's true, but he opened them up like weeks later when he realized that it wasn't really that big of a deal. So I don't know why DeSantis is lying through his teeth about whether or not he did any lockdowns at all, but to DeSantis' credit, he didn't lock down for long, and I think that he had lockdowns that were some of the shortest that you saw in the entire country.
You had quarantines. You had quarantines. You had checkpoints all over the state of Florida. By the way, I didn't say that. Donald Trump laid you out on this, dead to right. You did that.
True.
You followed science. You followed Fauci.
That's not false.
He followed science. He followed Fauci. You were
why
promoting.
Did everyone leave
hold on. You were promoting vaccines.
We were open.
You were promoting vaccines. You even wore a mask in
we
September.
Were open.
Sean,
you were closed.
If it's okay.
Almost everyone was doing all of that stuff. No one initially was saying, "Oh, COVID's not a big deal. We shouldn't do anything," because we didn't have the science to validate that position. Even the conspiracy theorists on the right wing, there were conspiracy theorists, I think, on the right who were more fearful of COVID in the beginning than the Democrats. But everybody was staying inside. No one was saying, oh, this is fake, except for like maybe the extreme conspiracy theorists, to sort of act like DeSantis was some big lockdown governor when he locked down his state for less than the majority of other states. In defiance of sort of like the mainstream thinking even nowadays, is kind of ridiculous.
Okay with you? We'll do this.
Why were you closed?
Why don't we do this in a way where we both can have
Why were you closed for so long?
You wore a mask with Donald Trump outside
I'm trying to let it breathe.
in September
Gavin,
2020. He did all of that
Newsom.
until he decided to fall prey to the fringe of his party. And as a consequence of that, Ron, tens of thousands of people lost their lives.
Not true.
The equivalent, if I had your policies, the equivalent of 10 9/11s. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives. And for what, Ron?
Those are more lies. In fact, the Lancet just did a study. Florida had a lower standardized COVID death rate than California did. That's a Lancet study. Yeah, one more thing. One more thing.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's interesting. See, one thing Democrats don't really like to do is put out per capita stats. You know, it's a very good point.
The other thing we had, the other thing California had higher excess mortality than.
All right, gentlemen.
Let me talk about the excess mortality real quick.
Honestly,
because the
hold on a
excess
second.
mortality is other things.
I want to ask you both.
Wait a second.
I want everyone.
He's responding to what Newsom said. I think that they should give him time to respond.
I want to be heard. If I can ask you, I really do want this to breathe. I want this debate to breathe. I want it to organically develop. To do that, I need
Why are you interrupting them when they're talking about a subject?
both your cooperation. I don't want to be a hall monitor. It's not my style, all right? You mentioned COVID. Let me go to COVID. And I plan to bring this up later, but you both took very different approaches as it comes to COVID. Governor Newsom, you issued the nation's first stay-at-home order on March 19th of 2020. Governor DeSantis, you took a lot of heat for reopening schools. You opened schools in Florida in August of 2020. All right, so here's the data, which I think is important. This is where the facts come in. Your state's death rates were almost identical.
This is factually untrue.
Hold on.
Factually untrue.
Ooh, wait a second. So is the stat that DeSantis cited wrong when he said that? What is the standardized death rate? Is the standardized death rate from like death rates per people who got COVID? Or like, because this is per capita. This is per capita, right? Per 100,000 individuals. Data from the CDC, you know, who maybe we don't like them the most, but they have the most holistic data on this subject. So was DeSantis's data wrong? Did he deliberately lie? Because according to this chart, Florida did have slightly more. I mean, it's a negligible difference, but it did have more COVID deaths per capita than California did.
See?
Okay, and by the way, both your states, with such different approaches, which is pretty fascinating, were both lower, significantly lower than the national average. These numbers come straight from the CDC.
I will say that in California, much of that I think could be contributed to people being paranoid, which, while maybe it's not my favorite thing in the world, it did mean that less people were interacting with each other, and consequentially, I don't think it spread as much. Maybe. I could be wrong though. I'm just kind of making that up, but but it would make sense to me.
Governor Newsom, how do you explain that?
The facts. Per capita death rates
That's what that is.
in the state of Florida were 29%, 29% per capita higher. 29%.
That's not what the stats say right there.
Tens of thousands of people unnecessarily
Don't lie about
died.
it. He put the graphic up there. Don't lie about it.
From the CDC. Wait a
Because
second. Wait. So it's follow Fauci. So it's follow Fauci and follow the CDC now until the CDC data says something that you don't like. Now all of a sudden it's all of the CDC is wrong with their data. Where is he getting these numbers from? See, DeSantis cited where he got his standardized death rate from, but Newsom is just throwing out stats. Oh, like Florida had 29% more deaths than California per capita. Well, where are those statistics? Where are those statistics, my man? I would like to see at least what you're sourcing this information from.
Your policies.
Just understand.
You're lying
You don't need to lie about it. No, it's not.
You were a lockdown governor.
No, it's
you
not.
locked down.
All right, one at a time. Gavin Newsom, finish your thought.
Beaches, bars, and restaurants. That's just a fact. He's running away from his record. He's running away from the fact. Tens of thousands of people died unnecessarily
the CDC
because he
numbers.
caved to it's 29% higher death rate in the state of Florida.
Saying 29% higher and over again doesn't make you right.
CDC
versus the state of California.
Okay, quick response, Governor.
You showed the stats. The stats are very clear.
One at a time.
On a per capita age-adjusted basis, California and Florida basically the same. Now, why is that important? Because Gavin Newsom did huge damage to people in California. He ruined livelihoods. We reopened the state very quickly. We saved thousands of jobs. We saved hundreds of thousands of jobs, thousands of businesses. We had our kids in school. He had the kids locked out of school because of the teachers union. That is having a generational impact. California has one of the lowest literacy rates in the country. In the most recent NAEP exam, Florida came in number 3 for 4th grade reading. California was far, far behind. So you should apologize for not getting your kids in school. Why didn't you get the kids in school in the summer of 2020 like we did?
The only
you bowed
person,
to the teachers union. You didn't do the job you should have done.
All right,
the only person,
quick,
the only person
all right, one at a time, quick answer.
Is Ron DeSantis for the tens of thousands of lives that died unnecessarily because he played to the fringe of his party.
We got to take a break.
And
finish your thought.
No, and when it comes to the issue of schools, you better be careful. You had more learning loss during COVID than the national average in the state of California.
According to who? Is he making all of this stuff up? He's saying, oh, like you did this, you did that, and citing numbers. But like, what is all of that stuff based on? It kind of flies in the face of some of the data that we've been seeing throughout this debate.
Fact, more learning loss, your economy
Let me see if I can skip
contracted
this ad
more in
break.
2020,
Quick break.
expanded slower than California in 2021. More to come on this topic.
More to come on this debate. I know it's starting off.
Next segment, I guess.
It's
look forward to the
been rather dull at the start, but anyway, we got a lot to get to. Coming up, many important topics that we're going to be talking about, including one issue where we might find some agreement, actually, as we continue the blue state, red state debate. We are live. We are in Alpharetta, Georgia. Thank you for being with us.
All right, let's see. Nice. Let's get the ad break. Let's go.
And welcome back to Hannity as we continue our blue state, red state debate with Governor Gavin Newsom and Governor Ron DeSantis. Gentlemen, let's move on to the issue of borders. Joe Biden's message to illegal immigrants during his campaign was, let them come. I'd have the tape, but I said I wouldn't play the tape. And since taking office, Biden said he's gotten control of the border. Vice President Kamala Harris, Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, Biden's press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre have all said the border is either secure or the border is closed. Yet the Border Patrol says, well, guess what? They have been a record 6.5 million encounters with illegal immigrants and so-called asylum seekers at the border since President Biden took office. The administration says, well, they don't know how many people actually are in the country illegally. Gentlemen, the American people, I ask you, I believe it's your turn, Governor Newsom.
I do hope that they pointed out how the numbers have risen. Now, I do think it's also fair to point out that numbers were rising. Illegal immigration numbers were rising under Trump. Not many people really want to talk about that. But illegal immigration was also rising under Obama as well. Seeing a graph of historical data on this point would have been helpful. Rather than saying we are here, it'd be interesting to see how much worse things have gotten, since maybe Obama's reign, all the way through the Trump regime and then into Joe Biden's presidency.
Newsom, have the American people on the issue of borders, you're defending the Biden administration. They're saying the border's secure. They're saying the border's closed. Those are the numbers from our own Border Patrol. Are the American people being lied to?
I don't think they're being lied to. The Biden administration put out a comprehensive plan day one when he got sworn into office 3 years ago, and the Republican Party didn't touch it. They haven't moved on it. They play politics with us. And I'll be honest with you, I think there's probably one person I wouldn't listen to on this topic more than the guy that I'm standing next to, Ron DeSantis. He lacks any credibility on the issue of immigration. When he was in Congress, he supported amnesty. When he's in Congress, you supported John Boehner's bill. It's a fact.
Wait a second. Amnesty. Isn't amnesty the thing where illegal immigrants can then get citizenship, if I'm not mistaken? What is amnesty? Which, by the way, I don't support amnesty, but I think we shouldn't be deceptive here. So amnesty, an official pardon for people who've been convicted of political offenses. Example, an amnesty for political prisoners. So basically, yeah, I think that my understanding is correct, that amnesty means that illegal immigrants who are here can just get citizenship, basically. I will say, border security, right? Talking about the security of the border is a lot different than talking about amnesty. And I do think that they sort of influence each other, right? If you promise amnesty to illegal immigrants, I think that you do, to a degree, motivate illegal immigrants to come into the country because they're like, we can just break the law and they'll forgive us, right? But at the same time, you can also say, we need to stop illegal immigration at the border, but the people who are already here, let them be citizens. I actually wouldn't be opposed to amnesty if the border was secure, but we can't have amnesty while the border isn't secure. To say that you want amnesty, but also that you're a hypocrite if you're saying you want to secure the border as well, is absolutely ridiculous, because you can have both. Now, whether or not you should have both, that's a different conversation, but you can have both if you want.
You were in Congress, you supported Obama's efforts to advance comprehensive reform.
False.
The last guy you want to talk to on the issue of immigration. Your immigration policy can best be described as a governor from the state of Florida going into another state, the state of Texas, lying to migrants, promising them jobs and housing, sending them to an island, Martha's Vineyard, and then sending them to a parking lot.
Said in the chat.
Sacramento, California.
Fortnite.
With those
What does Fortnite have to do with this?
promising them
disappointed in
jobs
you
and
guys.
housing, sending them to an island, Martha's Vineyard, and then sending them to a parking lot in Sacramento, California. I met with those migrants that you lied to under false pretense. That kind of gamesmanship, using human beings as pawns, I think is disqualifying. So again, a guy who stands here who's been out on the Republican debate stage saying, well, he's going to be tough, he's going to shoot people with backpacks, and that he has a strategy to potentially even invade our second largest trading partner.
Okay, the claims that now actually I don't want to speak out of turn. I only researched Vivek Ramaswamy's position on this, but I don't think that anyone has said that they want to invade Mexico.
Mexico that has a record of supporting amnesty and supporting reforms under the Obama administration is the last guys to be standing on stage talking about the issue of immigration reform tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's deja vu all over again with that flurry of lies. This is a guy that says the Biden administration is not lying to the public about the border. They go to the White House briefing room every day. They say the border's secure. They are lying to you. We know that that's not true. Gavin Newsom is lying to you when he says somehow I supported these things, which I didn't do. He's also lying to you about what it's going to take to solve this problem. California is a sanctuary state. They thumb their nose at federal immigration law, and this has real consequences. There was an illegal alien, Herbert Nixon Flores, who was in L.A., in custody. He was a repeat criminal. ICE wanted to take him into custody because then they would be able to deport him. L.A. refuses to work with ICE, and so they wouldn't turn him over. They end up releasing him on the street. He ends up murdering the mother of a 3-year-old little girl. Those policies are deadly. They do not work. And I would tell you this.
The only thing about that is I understand why that's a legit fear, because many of the people who come across the border illegally are cartel members. But these stories are mere anecdotes. Remember, anecdotes and antidote are not the same word. However, where are the stats saying how many people coming across the border illegally are running around killing people senselessly? I would suspect that would be less than 1%. So while these stories are sad and scary, and it's awful that these things happen, to be fair, I don't think that this is something that is happening at such a large scale where you can make that the primary reason to ban illegal immigration. Now, I mean, it's certainly a reason, but you can't use that as like a justification to say, oh, the illegal immigrants are dangerous, right? The illegal immigrants who might possibly be coming from Middle Eastern nations, as like some sort of like infiltration plot, like terrorist cells or whatever, they would be more, I think that they would be something to worry about a little bit more than people who are coming in from Mexico, just because I don't think that the majority of them are just coming into the country, running around and killing people. Because if that was the case, then we would definitely see the population of states like Texas decreasing.
The Martha's Vineyard transport, Martha's Vineyard said it was a sanctuary jurisdiction. Kind of reminds me about Gavin Newsom when he restricted Californians, then he went to the French Laundry. These liberal elites, they like to impose burdens on you. They don't want to have to face the consequences of their actions. So we've got a lot of elites who want open borders, who lecture everybody else about it. Then the minute they have to deal with any of the consequences, oh man, all hell breaks loose.
How about the consequences?
Hold on, we're moving on. We're moving to the next question.
We'd be much better
on the same topic.
If that were the case.
On the same topic, this is important. This is a very important question. While some migrants I know want to come to America for a better life for themselves and their family, find the American dream, I totally sympathize with them. Many good people fleeing very bad situations abroad. but others are abusing the asylum process. And in the process, in search of where they're coming from, well, we're now learning that many are coming from some of our top geopolitical foes, countries with little to no vetting, or people that are coming in. They're not being vetted. Look at these numbers. Between October 2021, October 2023, border agents encountered 6,386 nationals from Afghanistan, 3,153 from Egypt, 659 from Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, 538 from Syria, 12,605 from Russia, and a whopping 26,113 from China. Now, my question, the next question goes to you, Governor Newsom. What are the odds that Biden's open borders have allowed terrorists and terror cells unvetted into this country? Is that
exactly? It's not the people who are actively being violent now, but the people who are maybe sleeper cells, or whatever, that I think would be more worrisome when it comes to illegal immigration.
Clear and present danger to every American.
The odds are 100%. Of course our enemies are going to take advantage of this. He opened the border. He's not. He's violating his oath of office to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. He's knowingly having 8 million come in. And yes, there's criminal aliens. There are terrorists. There's a lot of fentanyl. That we've had tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths. I've met a lot of angel parents who have lost kids to fentanyl overdose, and the problem is, you'll have a college kid that may take some pill not knowing that there's fentanyl in it, and then right there that can be fatal. They're poisoning our people, and Joe Biden is sitting on his hands. He refuses to take care of the border. He refuses to hold the drug cartels accountable. This is the vision of Biden, Harris, Newsom. Open borders, Americans suffer, and Americans continue to die because of fentanyl overdose. There will be, unfortunately, a terrorist attack at some point that we'll be able to trace back to our southern border.
God forbid. By the way, do you see that risk, Governor Newsom?
Hold on.
Governor,
I mean,
do you see the risk?
Joe Biden put out not only a comprehensive plan, he consistently puts up plans. Hold on, no, but Sean,
is there a risk?
I'm going to answer your question. I support border security. I think the asylum system is broken. I believe that we need.
I understand that.
I'm the only guy here that's a border state governor. You're trolling folks and trying to find migrants to play political games to try to get some news and attention so you can out-Trump Trump. And by the way...
Wait a second. Did he just say that he's the only one here who is a border state governor? This probably has to be the most blatant lie told during this entire debate. Hold on. Wait, actually, hold on. Wait a second. Florida is... Never mind. I'm wrong. Wait, is it? Wait a second. What in the world? Florida is a border state. I don't know if you can be more obviously wrong than this. And this is not some right-wing publication. This is literally Wikipedia. We do see... right? California right here is a border state. But guess what else is a border state? Florida. So Gavin Newsom is not the only border state governor here. Like, anyone who has any idea of what the geography of the United States looks like would probably be able to tell that he's dead wrong on this. Why? Why is he being so obviously wrong about this? If you're not going to tell the truth when you're out there campaigning, at least do it on something that people don't know about. Like, people generally know what maps of the United States of America looks like.
How's that going for you, Ron? You're down 41 points in your own home state. On the issue of immigration, Joe Biden put a $14 billion immigration package up in front of Congress, 2,300 border agents, as well as custom officials, 1,000 new law enforcement officers to deal with the fentanyl issue. And by the way, that's a major issue in your state, 41% higher overdose rates than the state of California. And here's what I haven't heard, not a peep from Ron DeSantis. They want to demagogue this issue. You want to play politics with issues. You don't want to solve this issue. Why don't you lead your party and support that $14 billion package?
Hold on. I have a follow-up. Governor Newsom, I appreciate your answer. You have mentioned comprehensive immigration reform many times. It's not happened under Joe Biden. I don't think it's going to happen next year.
Put a detailed plan in. Republicans in
Congress
refused to act on it.
Let me finish my
Congress
question.
To work with this administration.
My question was, with all of these millions and millions of people coming into this country unvetted, the question was and remains, is this a clear and present danger from the countries I put up on the screen? Is that a clear and present danger to America? And what do you do in the interim?
That's why the President of the United States put a $14 billion package in front of Congress they can act on today.
And what would that?
They haven't done anything in 2 years, this Congress.
What do you
Literally
support?
not a single piece of legislation. I support the $14 billion package President's put forward. That includes 2,300 border agents and customs officials. By the way, also includes $850 million in new technology for border security. You hear nothing from Ron DeSantis. You hear nothing, Sean, respectfully. You hear nothing from the Republican Party. They play politics.
I'm almost out of time.
The President put the plan up to address
Does it worry? Let me ask the question another way. Does it worry you that our top geopolitical foes, the number one state sponsor of terror, Iran, China, Russia, Afghanistan, Syria, that they're at our southern border? You're a border state governor. Does that concern you at all? The security
why else would I have
aspect?
put the answer is yes. Why else would I put the National Guard? Why would I have just increased it by 50% on the largest port in the Western Hemisphere?
I will say the Democrats are starting to get better. Like as soon as illegal immigration affects blue states, Democratic governors all of a sudden start growing up a spine, and they start having better immigration policies. Excuse me. So I think that dinging Democratic governors on immigration policy as time goes on is going to be more and more of a losing strategy, unless you're talking about historically, because they're starting to shape up. Like Eric Adams is starting to ring the alarm bells about immigration. And actually, if you notice, I think a lot of border states, not all of them, but many border states are Republicans, which is why they've already long been saying, yo, this is a problem. We can't just have endless immigration. Democrat states can get away with it because, you know, how many illegal immigrants are crossing the border into Michigan, for example, or Oregon, right? Probably not a lot. Not even New York. Versus if you look at the amount of people who are pouring into the border, into Texas, into Florida, into similar border states. It's not the same.
In my state. I mean, this guy has no record. The fact that you supported amnesty, the fact you supported Obama's reforms, those are facts. They're just simple facts. The fact that your greatest contribution, Ron, to this debate is shooting people with backpacks.
I don't mind.
That's so inhumane.
I don't mind him lying to me.
Right?
I don't mind Gavin lying to me, but I do mind him lying to you. He is sitting there saying that Joe Biden is willing to solve this problem. Is there?
Wait, yo. If I'm, I appreciate the passion.
So inhumane.
I don't mind him lying to me. I don't mind Gavin lying to me, but I do mind him lying to you. He is sitting there saying that Joe Biden.
Now, I will say that this is going to be kind of like an ad hominem attack, but I don't really care because this is for the entertainment factor. If I was on a date with someone that was making that face, this is the part where, like, I back away slowly and then I run for the nearest exit. Why is he, like, glaring at Sean Hannity with, like, the crazy eyes? This is one of the mannerisms that Ron DeSantis has that just, like, comes off as very weird to me. Like, dude just got, like, triggered and started just, like, staring wide-eyed as if, like, he's a deer and he just caught, like, the faintest glimpse of some headlights. Like, this emotional reaction just is strange to me.
Is willing to solve this problem. Is there anybody out there that actually believes this? Joe Biden created this problem. So if he's willing to lie to you about that, you know he's lying to you about all these other facts and figures, about all this other stuff. He's just throwing stuff out to see what sticks against the wall. This is a slick, slippery politician whose state is failing, people are leaving his state, and he's trying to run interference for his failure.
We've got to take our second break. We're going to, when we come back, we have a lot more ground to cover. Quick break. We have a lot of ground to cover. More with Governors DeSantis and Newsom, the great blue-red state debate, as we continue from Alberta,
what
Georgia.
A short
Again, thank you for being with us.
Not even worth skipping.
You know, the world wants you to think that this time of year is all about presents and shopping
Hey,
and
it's the dude from The
cookies
Chosen.
and trees. But we know Christmas isn't about something you buy at a store. It's about something so much greater. It is the day we celebrate the incredible truth that God so loved the world that he gave his only son. It's not about presents. It's about Jesus. Join me this Advent in praying every day on Hallow. Cut through the noise and find God's peace.
When did
That's
doing
the lad.
business become more about culture wars and less about, well, business? Some companies today bring politics into the boardroom, then into our living rooms. That's why I use Spotlight reports from 1792 Exchange. Here, I can search more than 2,000 companies to see if they care more about divisive social issues than about running a sound business. Isn't it time we got back to the business of business? Learn the risk to your
Isn't
company
there
or
like an
family
app?
at 1792exchange.com.
Isn't there like an app? Hold on.
This
What's
is
the
your
name of that
season to
app
smile,
where-
to raise a toast and gather together, to wrap up the fun and round up the
where you
gang.
can track
To
whether or
help
not,
get
like,
you ready, your
companies
Aspen
are
Dental
woke?
team is celebrating
It already
25
exists. I
years
think
of
I have it
affordable
on
care
my
with
phone.
an
I forget
epic
what it's called.
anniversary savings event. Right now, new patients without insurance get a free full
Like
exam
Town
and x-rays.
Square or something
Plus,
like that?
everyone can get 20% off their treatment
Maybe
plan.
I'll look for it later.
But
But
hurry, because
there's
while
already
the
an app
season
that does
won't
that.
last, the
I don't know if
memories
we
you
need
make together
another
will.
one.
Aspen Dental. Book today.
Especially for something so basic as like,
the feeling
you
of
know,
finding
is
the
this
psoriasis
is this,
treatment she's been looking for.
something so
Sotyktu
basic
is
as
the
like, is
first of
this,
its kind, once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. For the
this
chance
company
at clear
woke?
or
Like,
almost clear skin.
I don't know if it's worth
like the feeling of
a whole
finding your
nother
back
ad
is back.
for
Or
something
finding
you can just
psoriasis
Google
can't deny the
or look up on a different
splendor
app that
of
already
these
exists.
thighs. Once daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't
What
take if
demographic
you're
is
allergic
this?
to Sotyktu.
They're targeting
Serious
cosplayers
reactions can
now with
occur.
big
Sotyktu
pharma
can
ads?
lower your ability to fight infections.
I mean, to be
including
fair,
TB.
like, cosplayers
Serious
probably
infections,
are, like,
cancers including lymphoma, muscle
very,
problems,
very
and
much
changes
like
in
just the
certain
science
labs
guys.
have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same
What is
risks as
this?
JAK inhibitors.
What?
Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Oh man,
As a
what do
way
we
to say
do before
thank you this holiday
Sotyktu?
season, Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's Club members save even more while supporting conservation during Club Member Mondays. For the first time ever, Club members receive up to an additional 15% off our best deals of the year, in-store, online, and even on sale items, every Monday through Christmas. Plus, purchases over $500 receive 0% interest for 12 months on qualifying purchases. Not a Club member? Join today and start earning free gear for your next adventure.
Providing for your family is a top priority. But what happens when you need affordable health care?
I wish I could skip these
Christian
ads.
Healthcare Ministries could save.
Oh wait,
Red state
I
debate
can.
with
Oh.
Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor Ron DeSantis.
I thought it wouldn't let me skip because usually when it says that it's an ad, it won't let me skip forward.
And thank you both for being here. We're going to take a little breathing room. I don't mind the debate taking on a life of its own, but let each other
Clearly, DeSantis, Hannity does not like how this debate is going.
breathe. I don't want to be the hall monitor. Please don't turn me into that. Anyway, let's look at the issue of crime. FBI numbers, violent crime nationally for each of your states. Keep in mind, this statistic shows what is the combined rate of homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, the year 2022. On the national level, the rate was 380.7 offenses per 100,000 people. In California, meanwhile, the rate was much higher, 499.5 offenses per 100,000.
Wow.
In Florida, lower, 258.9 offenses.
And I'm gonna be honest, this stat right here is probably the biggest reason why people are leaving. Yes, taxes are high, but if you're gonna get mugged, once a year, that might feel like a more urgent reason to leave than, oh, my taxes went up by 3%.
Per 100,000. Governor Newsom, let me start with you. Your numbers are way higher than the national average. How do you explain
And
that?
this is per capita, right? So it can't be like, oh, we're a big state, we have more people, right?
Safety and security, I would argue, is a prerequisite for the pursuit of happiness.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. We're near 50-year lows, down 55% violent crimes in the state of California from the 1990s. And I want to.
Is that true? Is that true? I can't imagine, because I can't imagine people are complaining about violent crime now more than ever, at least. And that's anecdotally, at least from what I heard. But it's my understanding that people are complaining more about violent crime now than they have been ever before, or at least like over the past 10, 15 years. That does not indicate to me a 50-year low, right? No one was talking about violent crime in California during the 2008 presidential election cycle, I don't think.
Compare and contrast that with the issue in Florida that you didn't mention, and that's the murder rate. And let's broaden it more broadly. The issue is 7 of the top
Those numbers
10,
were part of the murder rate.
7 of the top 10 murder rates in the United States of America are red states. He has a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. He has a higher murder rate. Go to places like...
Well, they have more guns. But that doesn't negate the fact that there's more violent crime in California than in Florida. Now, I do think it'd be interesting to see the data on which state has the most violent gun deaths. That'd be interesting to point out.
Jacksonville. Go to places like Orlando. Go to places like Tampa. The murder rate's off the charts compared to cities like San Francisco. And you know what? Even more egregiously, Sean, and I think this is important, the American people deserve an answer from you, Ron. You had one of the worst mass shootings in American history, Parkland. 17 kids were gunned down, lives lost, 17 others, lives torn asunder. You had a young girl by the name of Jamie.
Okay, but less violent crime. So I would guess, and I could be wrong with the data, but I would guess that means that there are still fewer people getting killed violently per capita in Florida than in California. Now that's entirely conjecture, and I could be wrong, but that's what I would imagine.
Gutenberg, whose father pleaded with you to do something about it. And you know what you did? They did the exact opposite. You made it easier for felons to get guns without background checks, without any training. These people pleaded with you, the parents and the families, to get tough on gun safety. And again, you made it easier for felons. He said of you, Ron, and I agree with him, after you signed that concealed carry bill, which increases the likelihood, Fred Gutenberg said, of more Jamies losing their lives and more Parklands, he called you weak, pathetic, and small. So with respect, I appreciate you're talking to police officers in the state of California. You may want to spend a little bit more time, not on the Ohio Trail and other places across this country. You may spend a little more time back in your home state and address the murder and gun violence in your own backyard.
So this is the slick politician. You put up the rates. He has 500 per 100,000. Florida is 250. So that's almost twice as much. And he's trying to spin that to say California's doing good. People are leaving California in droves, largely because public safety has collapsed. They have, I mean, you go, when Californians come to Florida, one of the things they'll say, it's almost like an out-of-body experience. They can go to the store, get toothpaste off the shelf, pay for it, and leave, because in a lot of these places in California, everything's under lock and key because they basically legalized retail theft. They have chosen in California to put the interests of the criminals over public safety. They're easier on sex offenders. They're easier on all these crimes that are leading to a collapse in the quality of life. And if you just walk around San Francisco, you will see, and I think it's interesting.
It's true.
Gavin Newsom was mayor of San Francisco. So he took the San Francisco model, turned that into a template for California's collapse. Now the left wants to take the California model and use that as a template for America's collapse. We cannot let that happen.
Wait, I got to, Governor, no, I got a follow-up question. You brought up
Jacksonville, Florida, compared to San Francisco, is 126% higher.
Governor, let me bring up your...
It's 84%
The next question dovetails into this.
It's 75% higher.
Let me also say,
what are you talking about
you're
when
just
it comes
jabbering.
to this?
I know you like to jabber.
By the way, those are all easily fact-checked.
I know you like to lie.
Anytime you're uncomfortable,
he put the statistics up there.
Those are all
your crime is higher.
What are you doing about
we know
the
your
gun
crime is
murder rate,
higher.
Gentlemen,
We know.
No, hold on, wait. You can't be like, what are you talking about when you're basing your statement off of the literal stats that are showing up?
What are you
I'm
doing
going to move
about
on.
the gun murder rate in your state?
We'll let the audience. We'll let the audience look at the numbers, the FBI numbers, and decide. According to the
bro, why is the cameraman for Gavin Newsom's side like falling asleep? Like, raise the camera angle, boy.
Gun control advocacy group, every town for gun safety.
Yep.
Okay? California has the most, as you support, I know, Governor, restrictive gun laws in the United States.
Yes.
Florida has the 19th most restrictive. Yet, if you look at the year 2019, when each of you took office, California has had 21 mass shootings. Florida has had 9. Now, that is
okay. I do wish that this was adjusted for the population. I feel like that would be appropriate to do.
According to a USA Today, AP, Northeastern University database data. Keep in mind,
I also wish that they compared how many people died in those shootings too. I think that'd probably be relevant data. Now, I will say, for clarification to anybody watching this, while I do think these distinctions are interesting and that gun violence is a problem, make no mistake, gun violence is not a major issue when it comes to people who are dying in America. More people are dying from obesity alone than dying of gun violence. More people have probably died from COVID than from mass shootings. And I don't think that COVID really was something that we should have taken as drastically as we did. I don't know if that's the right verbiage, but just when it comes to this whole situation, though, it's important to remember that these are like man bites dog type situations. These are shocking and horrible situations when they happen, but they're not incredibly common. I have a whole video, I think it's called like Nanubi Confronts a Canadian on gun violence or something. But if you break it down with all causes of death, mass shootings particularly do not, by a long shot, make up for the majority of deaths in America. So while this is a problem that needs to be fixed, there are other problems that need to be fixed with more urgency when it comes to what's causing casualties in the United States of America. And yes, I am aware that a lot of children are dying from gun violence. I think it's one of the biggest causes of death among children, but it's still not one of the biggest causes of death in general. I think more adults die than children, generally speaking, but I could be wrong on that.
Killing is defined as the intentional killing of 4 or more victims, excluding the deaths of unborn children and the offenders by any means within a 24 period of time. I believe, Governor DeSantis, you get this first.
Why does it exclude
What
those
California
those
wants
figures?
to do is they want to
Seems
make
like
it
an odd
harder
thing
for
to exclude.
law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. Then they go easy on the criminals who are perpetrating the crime. They don't stand up for the men and women of law enforcement. That's why a lot of people have left the state, because they don't get the support from the communities that they need. And, you know, Gavin told another lie. He said we made it easier for felons to do. Felons are not allowed to possess firearms. That's federal law. That's been long-standing.
No background checks.
That is an absolute lie that he's saying like that. That has nothing to do with buying or purchasing a weapon. So that's just
Wait
a
a
lie.
second.
Another lie.
Is Newsom saying that he removed the need for certain background checks, which would raise a red flag if someone was a felon? Because if that's the case, I could see where Newsom is coming from, actually. Even if they're still on the books that says felons can't buy guns. If you're not doing a background check, then you're not really even going to know he's a felon.
That's coming up. But here's the thing. People are leaving California in droves
Wake
because
up,
he has
Newsom's
failed to
cameraman.
stand up for public safety. They are on an ideological joyride to let people out of prison early, to go easy on them. Heck, your buddy, Gavin's buddy in Los Angeles, Gascon, he doesn't even prosecute. When you have, when I was in Southern California for the Reagan debate, a lot of the women tell me they have to take off all their jewelry just to be able to go shopping, because otherwise they're going to get mugged. That is the reality that people are facing in California. Gavin can try to put lipstick on that pig, but the fact of the matter is he has failed the people of California.
No, I love this guy talking about backing the blue when you dangled pardons for January 6th insurrectionists, 85 of them.
Oh my goodness, what is this? What? What are you doing? We are talking about gun violence. We're talking about gun violence and violent crime in states writ large. Gavin Newsom wants to talk about the violence on January 6th, which is very specific violence happened at a very specific time for very specific. Well, I don't know how specific the reason was. I don't really want to open up that can of worms, but that is. There is so much more crime happening all across the country. We're talking about the crime and the violence that's happened in these individual states, and that didn't even happen in Florida or California. It happened in Washington, D.C. This is an entirely irrelevant thing to bring up. I don't understand why he's talking about this, unless it's because he realizes that he cannot really defend his position on the current state of violent crime in his own state. But that's just a mind-boggling pivot, where DeSantis is talking about how violent things are in California, and then Newsom says, "Oh yeah, but what about January 6th? What about January 6th? Does January 6th happen every weekend? Do you have January 6th Saturdays or January 6th Sundays, right? The same way that you have mass shooting Mondays or mass shooting weekends over in DC or over in Chicago." Just the idea of even to compare one violent event, which is January 6th, with just general violence across a state for long periods of time, I guess year over year, maybe that's what we're talking about, is absolutely ludicrous. Like, why did he even think that this would play well on the stage? I don't understand.
Literally, we're charged with attacking law enforcement. You talk a big game about backing the blue. With all due respect to the crime rate, again, he's not answering the fact that he has a higher murder rate than the state of California, a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. And I can easily answer this point.
Murder deaths and gun deaths are not exactly the same. Without getting into the weeds of it, you can have lots of gun deaths and no murders.
Gun safety saves lives. I don't think it, I know it. And the data bears that out in the state of California. California proudly does lead in terms of common sense gun safety. Common sense gun safety saves lives. You had the chance to do something meaningful. You had a chance to do something on behalf of those Parkland families. You did the exact opposite.
No, right, because the only policies that'd be meaningful would be the ones you agree with, right? People have different approaches to gun violence. I think we're kind of seeing that in the stats, where there's twice as much gun violence in California than in Florida.
You moved in the exact opposite direction. With all due respect, look at your own backyard, Ron.
So
You're not mining your backyard on this issue.
I will do that because we have we had two radical left Soros district attorneys, like your buddy Gascon in LA, one in Tampa, one in Orlando. They were endangering the public, and I removed them from their posts. Gavin Newsom has not lifted a finger to rein in Gascon in LA. That city has collapsed. That county's collapsed because he is not enforcing the law. So that's just and here's the thing. This is what's happening. That California model,
we're a little over time
in Philadelphia.
He's pointing out how things are going poorly in that city. You can't be like, oh, you can't point out how bad things are going in LA. It's a great American city. Like, what? I mean, you could use that logic for California. Oh, it's a great American great American state. Or you could say that about Florida. Oh, it's a great American state. And that doesn't make it immune from criticism. Does that mean you can't just point out things that are going wrong in a state when things are going wrong in that state? It's absolutely ridiculous.
15 seconds. We got to go break.
Come on. I mean, you're running for president of the United States. You're talking down the great state of California. You're talking down one of the great American cities, Los Angeles. That's insulting. And you're doing it because you're trying to obfuscate the facts.
Hey, if you don't want to be insulted, maybe do a better job.
That you have a higher murder rate in the state of Florida and the state of California.
We got to take a break.
Some of the lowest crime rates we've had in 50 years.
We'll have more with Governor DeSantis, Governor Gavin Newsom on the other side as we continue the great state debate, blue versus red. There's hardly any differences. A lot of ground to cover. Thank you for being with us. We are in beautiful Alpharetta, Georgia. Thank you for joining us on
It's like a 30-second ad break. Maybe this is just not getting captured in this timeline, but
we all.
Oh, wow.
All right, welcome back to Hannity, the great red state, blue state debate. We continue with Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, Governor Gavin Newsom of the state of California. Gentlemen, let's turn to the issue of parental rights. Now, in March of last year, Governor DeSantis, as you know, you signed the Parental Rights in Education bill. And let me read from it. It says, classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in according with state standards. Critics have
I
called
will
the bill,
say
quote,
that,
homophobic.
like, among other policies to curb wokeness in schools that I've seen in Florida, this is unhelpfully vague. Unhelpfully vague. If you can say, oh, we ban everything that's inappropriate. Well, what does inappropriate mean? You could have some woke, as Jordan Peterson would call them, a woke moralist, come over here saying that, like, teaching about, like, Christianity or whatever is inappropriate, right? So, not to say that schools should be preaching Christianity, but you can label something as inappropriate arbitrarily, and you can label something as appropriate arbitrarily. So I think that adding that language in there is unhelpful.
This is the one they branded the Don't Say Gay bill. I ask you, Governor DeSantis, in especially the lower grades, should schools, and maybe all grades, should schools be focusing on reading, writing, math, science, history, computers, and maybe leaving values, considering parents might have different values than teachers at school, to the parents, to religious institutions? Or is it the role of the school? What is the role?
The role of the school is to educate kids, not indoctrinate kids. It's not to impose an agenda. It's to do the basics. And what we said in Florida,
we disagree on that front. But I think we do agree on how things should be, right? The goal of states shouldn't be to preach various values and impute them onto the children.
Florida is it's inappropriate to tell a kindergartner that their gender is a choice. It's inappropriate to tell a second grader that they may have been born in the wrong body. Now, California has that. They want to have that injected into the elementary school. My wife and I have a 7-5 and a 3-year-old. We don't think that that's appropriate. And I know most parents do not think it's appropriate. It's also important to respect parental rights to know what curriculum is being used in the classroom, and everything should be age appropriate. I actually have something that I brought that some parents have objected to. So this is a book that's in some of the schools in California. Florida, this is not consistent with our standards.
TOS? No. Even if it is TOS, I think that actually makes his point. But, like, hold on. What's the shoot? I know I have a. Hold on. Also, why is this? That shouldn't be broken. I guess I don't have a. But I don't have an alt. Okay. Yeah, this might be TOS. Hold
called
on.
Gender Queer. Some of it's blacked out. You would not probably be able to put this on air. This is pornography. It's cartoons.
Okay.
It's aimed at children, and it's wrong. So this should not be in schools. When people like on the left say that somehow you're banning books by removing this from a young kid's classroom, no, this is not age appropriate. And so we're going to stand for the rights of parents. I think we need to do that nationwide. I don't think you can have a situation where some states just trample on the rights of parents. Parents have a fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of their kids.
I mean, by the way, you've been on a banning bench. 1,406 books have been banned just last year under Ron DeSantis' leadership. I love that he keeps pulling this out. I've seen this. He's been doing this all over the campaign trail. What's wrong with Toni Morrison's books?
It's not banned.
What's wrong? It's not true.
No.
What's wrong with Amanda Gorman's?
It's not banned.
And the poetry. 1,406. 1,406 books have been banned on your bench.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not actually going to give it to Newsom. I don't think he would list those like he's been very vague on various stats when I think that the truth has not really borne him out to be correct. I don't think that he would have pointed out those authors if he was lying about them. I think those books probably are banned. I think that Ron DeSantis, I get the impression that he has this knee-jerk reaction saying, no, he's lying, without necessarily thinking. I actually think that Newsom is probably right here. And maybe he forgot why these books are banned. I don't know who those authors are. They probably had like some explicit materials that needed to be gotten rid of. But can't just have a knee-jerk reaction and say, oh no, this random person that you mentioned, those books aren't being banned. It's the wrong way to go.
Banning binge in the state of Florida. As it relates to parental rights, come on, California, it's in our Constitution, parental engagement. It's called the LCFF process. We actually require parental engagement on curriculum development. And we don't, complete lie, we don't require K through third grade sexual education. That doesn't happen until middle school. What you're doing is using education as a sword for your cultural purge. And you know what, with all due respect, you know, I remember in the 1970s. In the 1970s,
this whole time that he's going on, he's not putting out how the illustrated child porn is bad to have in schools. I find it interesting that he kind of just glazed over that.
We had a bill called the Briggs Initiative, and there was a guy by the name of Ronald Reagan so offended by the Briggs Initiative, which was the original Don't Say Gay bill. In that case, it was not allowing teachers that happened to be gay to teach. And Reagan had the courage to stand up, and he said, you can't catch gay like you can measles. I don't like the way you demean people.
Yeah, because, what are they called? Yeah, because social contagions aren't real, right? No one is influenced by the behaviors of other people. That's not a thing. That's pseudoscience. Come on, guys.
I don't like the way you demean the LGBTQ community. I don't like the way you demean and humiliate people you disagree with, Ron. I really find this fundamentally offensive, and this is a core value that distinguishes the values of my state and, frankly, the vast majority of Americans against the weaponization of education and the purging that he's advanced.
I have a follow-up question for you, though. And by the way, first, Governor, yes or no? Are the book banning issues, is that not a state issue? Is that a state issue or a local issue?
It's local, and he's
okay. That's all I want to know.
The home book wasn't
but
there.
Here's the question I have. Here's the question I have for you, Governor Newsom.
That's a good answer. Also, by the way, that should be a local issue. It should really be the parents in each district determining which books are banned and which ones aren't.
The books you're talking about, one is called, the governor just brought it up, it's called Gender Queer, a memoir. Explicit pornographic book showing sex acts. Another, Flamer, graphic book about young boys performing sex acts at summer camp. This book is gay, a book containing
By the way, now I'm not going to get too explicit with this, right? I'm a clean Christian streamer after all, but I think that a whole discussion needs to be had about, and I think Republicans need to be asked this question: is does sex ed belong in schools? Because much of the rationale for banning these sexually explicit books is it's portraying all of these sex acts. And while yes, that type of content should not be in schools, you also need to have a conversation of much of these books that are extremely explicit are LGBT themed. Are you saying that teaching children to do heterosexual sex acts is fine, but homosexual sex acts is not fine? I think that's something that conservatives generally need to ask. And also they need to be asked, is it the role, my B-reel is going off, so I guess I should do that. But is it the role of the state to teach children how to have sex? Or is that the role of parents? My personal position is that sex ed should be left up to the parents and shouldn't really be in schools. But if it's going to be in schools, if it's going to be the role of schools, then you're left being a little bit less consistent when it comes to what you want to allow and what you don't want to allow. You don't want to have a book that shows explicit homosexual sex acts, and yet you do want to allow children to at least know about how to perform heterosexual ones. That seems to be a bit of a double standard. I think for the sake of allowing parents to raise children how they wish, some parents don't want their kids to know much about sex at all until maybe they're done with high school. Maybe that won't necessarily work, but I think it's the parents' rights to raise their children how they like in that regard. If parents have kids, they know enough about sex to have kids at least. So I don't think that parents, I think, are usually at least relatively equipped to teach their children about sex, to a certain degree. So just allow parents to raise their kids, right? like that, but that's just my take. That's just my take. Some right wingers, of course, would be more apt to be like, no, just teach kids the sexual acts that I'm okay with, but not the other ones.
On the ins and outs of gay sexuality. Let me finish. Let's talk about it. A book that contains graphic descriptions about how to masturbate for males and females. My question to you, Governor Newsom.
Okay.
Books. Do you believe
So much
that's
for the
appropriate
clean
for
stream
school
there.
districts to teach kids? Yes or no?
Come on, those aren't. It's not part of the curriculum. They're not teaching.
Those are those are books that were in school.
Hold on. The bottom line is you are on a book banning binge. Your state. 1,406 books, 3,362 in this country.
You didn't answer.
Florida's
what about
leading,
those
no,
books?
Florida. That's not. We don't provide for K through third grade education that kind of curriculum. It's just made up.
I am glad that he's pointing out actually that like they're not giving this stuff to toddlers. I think some Christians or some conservatives hear, oh, they have sexually explicit books in schools, and they run away with it thinking that they're like giving these books to like 5-year-olds. I think maybe in some rare cases they do, but that's not the norm. I like that he is laying it out that, you know, these sorts of books are only given to children at certain ages. Now, whether or not that's right or wrong, that's certainly a different discussion. But we shouldn't pretend that like these are being given to children of all ages.
These guys make it up. It's part of this cultural purge.
Should it
it's
be?
Just a
What grade would it be acceptable?
What I find offensive, Sean and Ron, what I find offensive is a very significant number of these books happen to be LGBTQ books. A significant number of these books happen to be about African Americans.
Do you think it's
honestly find it?
Governor?
I
Do
told
you
you
think it's
we don't
appropriate in
teach that.
school?
Man, why's it got to bring us into it? Why? Dude just brought up like black people for no reason. What did he say?
A number of these books happen to be LGBTQ books. A significant number of these books happen to be about African Americans.
Do you think it's
honestly find it?
Governor?
I told you.
I don't know if anyone's saying that these books need to be banned because they were written by black people. That's like a wild thing to just throw out.
It's appropriate in school.
We don't teach that. We have sex education in middle schools and high schools where it's appropriate. This is a ginned up, made up issue to divide this country.
Oh, okay. Well, leave it. I'm going to state my position on this and let me know in the comments what you think. I think if you're going to have sex ed in schools, it should not be in middle school. Should not be in middle school. Let me know in the comments if you agree or not. But that I think is too young in my opinion, especially for the school to be butting in. Parents can teach that if they want to their children, but like middle school, it's kind of early.
You talk about dividing this country. This is part of the culture war, the weaponization of grievance. This is part using education. We're focusing on math, science. We're focusing on reimagining our school system.
We're going to get to education
He's criminalizing teachers and criminalizing.
Newsom does make a good point too that you can focus on multiple things at once in schools. You can be introducing children to all these woke ideas while also being focusing on reading, writing, and arithmetic. Now, if you start going down that road, you'll very quickly be pit into a corner because most public schools are doing an awful job when it comes to especially math literacy rates and reading literacy rates. Like those stats are plummeting. The students in the public school system are generally floundering. I don't even know if in Florida they're doing that well. So, you don't really want to be bringing up how you're focusing on things other than wokeness.
California,
Check out
they've
the wrong
used
book.
the schools to impose a liberal agenda, social justice. They have this ethnic studies.
Also, this I was thinking about this earlier today when it comes to these books. Like, I remember when 50 Shades of Grey, the movie, came out, and there were banners in the local school library saying like, oh, like for the hype of the, because how like for the hype of the movie, usually we go to so we go to a library, they will hype up the book that's based on the movie, or the movie is based, or the book that's that the movie is based on. and they'll be like, oh, check out this book. Well, I think that there were banners in the local school library saying like, oh, 50 Shades of Grey, we've got this book here. Now, it was in the adult section of the library. But I mean, I think that 50 Shades of Grey was there, and that is, at least as I understand it, a sexually explicit book. So the idea that things would be banned from school libraries entirely, I think is a little bit silly when you have adult sections. Now, maybe there are some sort of regulations as to like how old a person must be to pick out an adult themed book or a book from the adult section. I could be wrong that there's, limited regulation about that. I will say that's different than some anecdotal cases where librarians have literally told children, hey, this book is sexually explicit. Why don't you go get the graphic novel edition of this book rather than the one that just has written text? That is a little bit different. I know that's an anecdote. I don't know how often that happens. But, if adults are going to be in the adult section of a library, they should be allowed to access the adult books. And whether or not that is something that people should be consuming is an entirely different discussion, but we're, a nation built on freedom, right? So, just because something is morally questionable when it comes to, whether that's something one should be sharing or reading, if adults are going to engage in it, like, that's entirely different than saying that kids should not have access to it. So this, I feel like when people are having this discussion, they're acting like books in schools should just be given to all children, or all books in all schools are mandatory reading for children, when that's not really the case at all.
People, that's what they're doing. But let me just say something about parents' rights, because he says California respects parents' rights. This is rich. He's been telling a lot of whoppers tonight. This may be the biggest. In California, if you're a parent in Iowa or New Hampshire or South Carolina, your minor child can go to California without your knowledge or without your consent and get hormone therapy, puberty blockers, and a sex change operation, all without you knowing or consenting. How in the heck is that honoring parents' rights when you're bringing people from out of state to go around their parents' backs and getting life-altering surgeries? That is radical. That is extreme.
Yeah, but you know what? I will actually make this point though. He's right? Like, that's a terrible policy. However, there are so many states that will not let you do that. It is your duty as a parent, I think, to raise your children in a state that will be that will allow you to raise your child appropriately. If you're the kind of person who doesn't want your kid to transition to a different gender medically, or at least attempt to, you can't really change your biological sex. It's your duty to move to a different state. It is. That's just my opinion. If a kid runs away from home, well, maybe you should have a little bit better safeguards to keep your kids from running away. But like, if you can't raise your kid in California and then be mad when your kid goes trans, like, and then like decides to undergo like HRT or something behind your back. Right? Be like, oh, it's crazy that the state lets you do that. Yes, this is a very well-known feature of your state, right? That's like going to California and whining and complaining about high taxes, right? It's part of the law. If you want to have a different experience raising your children, you should go to a different state. Whether or not that those policies are wrong is completely different. But to act as though you have some privilege to live in California while being exempt from their morally dubious policies is a bit silly.
That is an assault on parents' rights.
You know what, Ron?
It's not for you to decide. It's for the parents to decide. And the parents do not want their kids going to these other things.
Let me go to a follow-up. Let me stay on a follow-up. Let's turn to the issue of education.
Where's your decency and humanity and grace?
Decency of ripping somebody away.
Gentlemen,
okay, we're talking about allowing mutilation for children, and he's going to talk about decency. Okay.
Their family,
nobody can hear you.
That is wrong. That is wrong.
I'll tell you,
all right.
That should not stand in this country.
Let us turn, gentlemen, if I may, to the issue of education. Here is public school spending per K through 12.
There's an ad break. How long did they talk about this? There's an ad break in 1 minute.
Students, according to the Education Data Initiative from the U.S. Census Bureau and National Center for Education. Florida spends nearly $12,000 per student, while California spends over $16,000. Florida is ranked #1 by U.S. News & World Report. In terms of state education rankings, California ranks 20th. Governor Newsom, what is your explanation? You spend more money and they have better results in Florida. Why?
I told you what I'm doing in public education. We created a brand new grade, pre-K for all. We're doing after school and summer school for all. We're reimagining the school day, not just the school year. We just provided 3.4 million of our students upwards of $2 billion for child savings accounts and the opportunity to start businesses when they graduate. We have one of the best records under COVID, during COVID. And again, you didn't answer to the fact you had more learning loss. Ron DeSantis had more learning loss during COVID.
Oh, that wasn't
grade
epic.
reading,
I guess
fourth
maybe it
grade
was just
math,
scheduled.
8th grade reading, 8th grade math. We outperformed you in every. It's a fact during COVID in every one of those categories. I can't wait to get all the PolitiFacts tonight because Ron, you keep denying some basic fundamental facts on health, wealth, and education. We outperformed you during COVID. You talk about things to apologize. You should apologize for your COVID record. You were with Fauci. You aligned with vaccines. You aligned with CDC guidelines until you didn't, and tens of thousands of people died.
Let's return our focus to education.
Well, when we opened the schools, we bucked all of those people June of 2020. He kept the schools closed for a long time, and that had devastating impacts.
Yeah, we've already been over all of this.
Gavin Newsom does in California is kowtow to the teachers union. Whatever they tell him to do, he does. He will never balk the teachers union. That's why the kids were locked out of school for so long. Joe Biden is in the pocket of the teachers union, and so is Kamala Harris. That's why they fought school openings when he came in there. When they had that in, Biden came into office.
What? Yo, this is a name that's commonly mispronounced. Why you be like, shame on you for saying someone's name wrong accidentally? Fox News still hasn't gotten Vivek Ramaswamy's name correctly. Right? Some people say Vivek Ramaswamy. No one here's one around being like, oh, shame on you for getting the pronunciation wrong. There are names that many people get wrong. Many people get my real name wrong when they try to pronounce it for the first time. So like, to say like shame on you, as if he's doing something, as if he's doing this intentionally. Especially like some people, they don't run around going out of their way to correct the pronunciation of their names, especially when it's commonly mispronounced. Like, so this idea that like he's somehow being racist or something for mispronouncing Kamala Harris's name is very silly.
And he brought in the teacher union to be able to do all these different things to try to keep the schools closed. So the Democratic Party, the far left in this country, they are owned lock, stock, and barrel by the teachers union. I beat the teachers union in Florida to get the schools open, first in the country during COVID. Also to do universal school choice. Every parent in Florida has a right to send their kid to the school of their choice. We're winning these fights. California is bending the knee to the union because they control the politics.
Let's move on.
I wish that he could point out a more solid connection between Newsom and the teachers unions rather than saying, oh, he went along with all the teachers unions. Like, I love it when people can like demonstrate that they're right rather than just asserting their points, such as when Newsom was saying, oh, 29% higher rates in Florida than California for like
Official
gun
Mike
violence or something. Like,
said in the
maybe
chat.
you should just like cite
Hey,
something.
no, newbie.
Maybe you should cite something rather than just like asserting something. You know what I mean?
Topic that will seemingly play a very large role in the future elections, and it's the issue of abortion.
Yes.
I have a question for both of you. I'll ask you to please respect the individual's right to answer uninterrupted. And that is Governor DeSantis. I think it's actually your turn, Governor Newsom, if you don't mind.
All good.
Most medical professionals believe a baby is viable outside of a mother's womb by between 24 and 26 weeks. That is the general scientific consensus. It changes. There are some variations on it. Abortion is legal in your state, quote, up to viability, is my understanding, unless the mother's health is in danger. I'd like to get you on the record. You've been unwilling to answer this question. Should there be any restrictions on the issue of abortion that you support at all because funding in California, you have allocated in your budget $265 million for abortion last year alone. My question, very specific. Do you support any restrictions at all on abortion, especially in months 7, 8, and 9? Past viability.
I'm going to answer that question, but let's talk about the issue of abortion. Let's talk
Official
about the
Mike.
I'm going to answer that
Said
question.
in the chat.
I'll repeat that.
What is
But
this?
I think this is important.
This is the red versus blue debate. Not many people watched it, so I figured that I would react to it. It's aired on Fox News. This was actually an episode of Hannity. Basically, it ended up being cut short, I heard repeatedly, because DeSantis' wife basically popped in and said, "I'm tired. I want to go to sleep," during one of the ad breaks. But not many people talked about this. I actually haven't seen many people reacting to this on YouTube as well. So I wanted to react to this if I am able to do this without breaking copyright, which so far seems to be the case. So I DVR'd this on Hulu with Live TV. I'm reacting to it now, and just wanted to give my take on it, and also give people an opportunity to see some version of this on YouTube if they haven't had a chance to see it already. This was an interesting exchange. I don't know how to watch this without the DVR. I don't know if this is something available in the Fox News app if you have cable. It should be. Fox News should offer a way to watch this on demand. But yeah. Let me run this back because I do want to be able to hear what they're saying.
In the chat.
I do have the volume.
That's why
kinda
if
low.
I run for politics, I am not married.
That would hurt your chances. People would accuse you of being gay. Like, look at what happened with Tim Scott. I don't think that would be a smart move in America. Traditionally, a candidate in America has to be married in order to succeed, at least as president of the United States.
Past viability.
I'm going to answer that question, but let's talk about the issue of abortion. Let's talk about the issue of abortion.
You're going to answer it?
I'm going to answer that question. I'll repeat that. But I think this is important, and it bears repeating. Ron DeSantis has signed the most extreme anti-abortion bills in America. He signed a bill banning any exceptions for rape and incest. And then he said it didn't go far enough.
Didn't he ask about what his own position is on, like, when viability is? Like, come on.
Decided to sign
Just
a
answer the
6-week
question.
ban.
Answer the
before
question.
women even know they're pregnant, Ron. Before women
Official
can
Mike
even
Mike.
access a doctor's
Said in the chat.
Wait a second.
Why? That's a retarded mandate. It's
not a mandate. It's just how things go. Tim Scott was like basically the only unmarried candidate. He's basically the only unmarried candidate in the GOP. He had people started accusing him of being gay. So we started saying that he had a Christian girlfriend. And the Christian girlfriend showed up at the end of one of the GOP debates, but that was not enough to garner support or even convince the GOP base. So he dropped out a couple days later. I don't know why that is. I think part of it is the expectation is if you're a single man, you are looking for someone to date or marry. So I think it creates the idea of you have a president of the United States who's going to be chasing women to a certain degree, and that is seen as undesirable because I think it's seen as a weakness, which it is. Although it's kind of silly in light of the fact that Donald Trump
said in the chat,
literally has
then
a
just
wife.
say I'm a career-oriented person.
Donald Trump literally has a wife, but still I think has cheated on that wife multiple times. But that's just how people perceive you, I think. People are going to be like, oh, he's married, so he's not going to be sleeping around while president. We see how well that worked out for Bill Clinton, but hey, that's generally how it's viewed.
Far enough and decided to sign a 6-week ban before women even know they're pregnant, Ron, before women can even access a doctor's appointment.
Okay, how are you going to get an abortion if you don't know that you're pregnant?
Official Mike said in the chat.
What is this?
What if I go in with 2 hookers to a GOP? Well, they can't see me as gay, LOL.
Yeah, but you'll lose the Christian vote, so. I don't think I've ever heard of a GOP candidate sleeping with prostitutes and using that as a campaign strategy. Hey, I mean, that would even kill a Democrat's campaign. That's not a smart idea, man.
Extreme is your ban that criminalizes women and criminalizes doctors, that even Donald Trump said it was too extreme. On the issue of the extreme exception that you highlight as it relates to the issue of later term abortion, it's almost always because of a fetal anomaly, the life of the mother. And in those rare...
I don't think that's true. Aren't the vast majority of abortions like elective abortions?
Official Mike said in the chat, it would garner attention for sure, as Trump said all press is good press.
Bro, it's literally not true. That's not how it works in presidential campaigns. Was Howard Dean's "yeah" a good thing for his campaign? No, it sank it. Was Nikki Haley failing to mention, what is it? Was Nikki Haley failing to mention slavery when it came to her being asked what was the cause for what was the cause of the Civil War? Was that good press? No. So not all good press is good press when it comes to running for president.
Cases, I trust, and answer your question, I trust the mother and her doctor to make that decision.
So in other words, I want to be clear on this. If a woman and her doctor, for any reason...
Not for any reason.
No.
I'm extremely rare.
Should there be...
I know where you guys are going, Sean. You're even uncomfortable with this whole issue. And I understand this is where you guys have to go to cover for the extreme anti-abortion agenda.
What?
Should there be... Would you support a ban on abortion in 7th, 8th, or 9th month if the mother's life is not in jeopardy?
Extreme exception. People aren't going on and having abortions.
He's not saying yes or no. This is a yes or no type of question. So answer it with a yes or a no.
Unless something devastating is happening,
should it be illegal?
It should be up to the mother and her doctor and her conscience. And it
so
almost
the answer is
always,
no restriction.
I've already answered it, and I'll just reinforce it. To cover up, again, hold on, for the most extreme abortion ban in the country. I have a simple question, though. This is important.
No. I'm asking the question.
Ron DeSantis, will you or will you not sign...
Official Mike said in the chat, hey, there are Discord moderators in the Democrat Party and their reputation isn't tarnished.
Yeah. It's true. I mean, I will say some of that is either not particularly proven or not particularly well known, or it's not necessarily believed. Most people who are outed for that kind of thing usually get arrested before they even have a chance to plead their case with the American people. Like, I've seen that happen in some lower levels. So yeah, no, I mean, it's not like I don't know who you would use an example. It's not like Cornel West is running around sleeping with like 12-year-olds and getting away with it. Or like, I don't know. It's not like Gavin Newsom is doing the same thing, right? There are people who are on the Epstein's flight logs, right? Which is an entirely different discussion. Not a lot of people care about that, which I guess is maybe more to your point.
Said in the chat,
it's not like people are running around
Bill
blatantly
Clinton is a
sleeping with
Discord moderator
children
and same as Joe Biden,
and suffering no negative effect on their political campaign. Well, Bill Clinton is a Discord moderator, same as Joe Biden. See, all that stuff is either like not particularly well proven or it's not widely believed.
Governor DeSantis, let's talk about your state.
Answer that. He's getting saved.
You had 15 weeks.
Fundamental question.
You had a 15-week rule in California. You reduced it to 6. My question is this. What was your thinking behind it? Was it for religious reasons? Was it for scientific reasons? What was the reason for you from going from 15 weeks to 6 weeks?
Well, I believe in a culture of life. I think we're better off when everybody counts, when everybody has an opportunity to do well, and that bill attaches when there's a detectable heartbeat for the child. And some states have done that. Some states have done others. Some states have done
it's an interesting
later.
standard.
And obviously they have
my standard would generally be 0 weeks, but like a heartbeat is, if you're going to appeal
Official
to
Mike
emotions,
said in the chat,
right? Which is, by
Clinton
the way,
was on Epstein's list, and have you seen Joe Biden checking out the kiddies a bit too much?
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I have seen that. I do know that Clinton was on the Epstein's list, but being on the flight list is not the same as having hard evidence of, oh, Bill Clinton slept with these children, like on this date. Like that's different, right? It's not exactly the same. Like it is strong circumstantial evidence, but it's not hard evidence. You know what I mean? And yes, I've seen Joe Biden checking out the children too much, but that also is not hard evidence that he's necessarily like slept with children.
Official Mike.
Shoot, you still unlocked me. I gotta hear the question again.
What are your thoughts on ectopic pregnancies?
Yes, about 6 weeks. Like it's an interesting standard to say 6 weeks, right? With like the heartbeat versus like when life begins. Because, the entire reason why the pro-abortion agenda has succeeded is because they purely appeal to emotions, right? If you oppose abortion, it's always, oh, you hate women. Oh, you want to control women's bodies.
Official
you
Mike
want to control the decisions that women wants to make.
I'm surprised in the debates they don't mention ectopic pregnancies.
It's never what's it called? Logical reasons for supporting abortions. It's always emotional ones. So to say like, oh, the little bitty baby has a heartbeat, that is both a logical reason, but it's also an emotional one. It's like, oh, you want to kill the human being, the little helpless human being that has a heartbeat, its own unique DNA and is growing its own individual cells. Like that is an emotional, that's an appeal to emotion. And I think that is going to
Official Mike said in the
to
chat
work with the type of voters.
Pregnancies always result in the death of both the fetus and maybe even the mother too, unless an emergency abortion surgery is there to save the mother's life.
That's the type of appeal that I think is going to work with the type of voters who have been supporting abortion historically. Now, Mr. Mike said, what are your thoughts on ectopic pregnancies? I'm surprised in the debates they don't mention ectopic pregnancies. Ectopic pregnancies always result in the death of both the fetus and maybe even the mother too, unless an emergency abortion surgery is there to save the mother's life. If I remember correctly, ectopic pregnancies usually are not considered abortions because they are not, if you're going to kill or terminate an ectopic pregnancy, that generally is rarely viewed as an abortion because, if I remember correctly, this is when a fetus is in the uterine wall. Could be wrong, but basically it's not where it's supposed to be, so it grows in the improper place and just like ruptures a bunch of stuff that it shouldn't be rupturing as it grows, right as you're saying, putting the life of the mother at risk, and also the child is not able to grow as it should, and so the child also dies. Most conservatives would say, and pro-life people would say that, you know, there should be exceptions for the life of the mother. Ectopic pregnancies.
Official Mike
do agree. Yes,
said
sorry.
in the chat.
It's the fallopian
it's
tube.
in
My
the
bad.
fallopian tube.
Official Mike said, it's a good point, but conservatives generally will support abortions for the sake of the life of the mother, which this is the case of the life of the mother. Also, I think in ectopic pregnancies, there is basically a 0% chance that the child will live. So there is that point there as well. You know, it would be hard to find a pro-life and also pro-life organizations like Pro-Life for America don't consider those things as things that should be banned. Like they do think you should be able to terminate an ectopic pregnancy. So you're talking about a policy that pretty much all pro-lifers support, that you should be able to terminate an ectopic pregnancy. Not really a strong argument to make there. If you are, I know you're being a devil's advocate here, but it's not a strong policy thing to attack pro-lifers from a pro-choice perspective, because it's not a policy that pro-lifers hold genuinely.
A right to do that. But I think about one of our Floridians, a lady named Penny Hopper. She actually survived a late-term abortion back in the day, and they left her on the table there to basically wither away. Her grandmother came, saved her, brought her to a hospital, brought her saved her, and she ended up living a good life. So she counts, and she matters. And I think that the position that we have from the modern left, including in California, is that they will take your tax dollars and they will fund abortion all the way to the moment of birth. He's wrong when he says the later terms are all because of this. 88% past 15 weeks are in fact elective from the Florida data. He doesn't keep data there.
Official Mike
really extreme.
Said in the chat, we should talk about why people hate politicians whom aren't married. LOL, that's interesting.
I explained it already. At least when my perception of it is, it's that you're not going to think that if you want to elect someone who's not compromised. If you have a straight now, I think the assumption is that most men aren't asexual, which is true. But if you have a single person who's in elective office, who's looking for a partner or is open to having sexual relationships, there is a possibility that person could be affected by outside influence. That is a weakness. Also, there's the perspective that person could be slipping around, which you don't really necessarily want. At least that's not what most voters want. So I think it's generally those factors. It's not a thing of where it's like, oh, being spouseless as a candidate is stupid and dumb. Like, no, it's not that.
To take your tax dollars and
Official
to do
Mike
all the way up
said in the
to
chat,
moment of birth. He didn't answer your
what if you
question
just simply
about
can't find a good woman?
I think most people would just view that as a skill issue, to be honest, especially the majority of the voting electorate in the United States. Like, most people are not as young as you or I who are voting, right? Let's be fair. Also, most people who are running for president are at least twice as old as both of us. They grew up in a time when it was easier to find a spouse. Also, you have to consider that the majority of people who are running for president are Christian,
what if he's
or
a
they
Catholic
claim to be
pastor?
Christians. It is easier as a Christian, I think, to find a spouse than it is as a non-Christian. So there are many factors where you can't just be like, oh, well, it's hard to find a spouse if you are the age of these people who are running for president.
Type of protections at all for a baby that has a beating heart, that can feel pain, that is vital.
Hold on. Respectfully, this is an important conversation. Will you or will you not support
you didn't
a
answer,
national?
Sean.
Ron,
Why didn't you answer
or will
his
you
question?
not support?
Let me rewind because I kind of missed some context. I've been stun locked by you for like 10, 15 minutes. Also, Flamin' Hot Cheetos, pretty fire.
Do this all the way up to the moment of birth. He didn't answer your question about any type of protections at all for a baby that has a beating heart, that can feel pain, that is vital.
Hold on. Respectfully, this is an important conversation. Will you or will you not support
you didn't
a national?
Answer, Sean.
Ron,
why didn't you answer
or will
his
you
question?
not support a national
support?
ban if it lands on your desk? You couldn't answer that in any other context.
Okay,
answer
gentlemen,
it's a
we're
simple
moving
yes,
on
no.
to
By
the
way,
next issue.
Hey, no, Sean, not a
You
next
never
issue.
gave a week.
The American people should know this. I'll answer it for Ron DeSantis. He can't answer it. He will sign that extreme.
Okay, let me move on.
Ban. The American people should know that.
I'm calling this the lightning
It's
round.
not. Is it more extreme than to support third-term abortions?
Official Mike
Which the majority of Americans do not support,
said
by
in
the
the
way?
chat. Objection, Your Honor. What if you worked as a Catholic priest and cannot get married as a result? Boom, perfect excuse if you can verify that. Smiley face.
If you stop being a priest, can't you if you stop being a priest, can't you get married? Also, there are a fair bit of priests who aren't necessarily celibate. So there's that as well. Also, I don't know how many priests run for president.
It would be great if you guys cooperated. I'm not a potted plant here. And I want to ask you, we all know that federal policy does have a huge... Okay, let me move on.
The American people should know that.
I'm calling this the lightning round. It would be great if you guys cooperated. I'm not a potted plant here. And I want to ask you, we all know that federal policy does have a huge impact on states. We know that. I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions, and I just want one-word answers, okay, from 3 of you, because we're coming up on a break. And the issue is right now Joe Biden is president. Yep. So I would like both of you to give a grade to Joe Biden overall as president.
Official Mike said in the chat, yeah, but marriage takes time and effort. We aren't in the 1800s where arranged marriages were a thing.
So, completely irrelevant. I don't know why you're bringing that up. Yes, marriages are hard. Yes, they take time, and yes, they take effort. That is something that I think people who are the age of people who are running for president are used to doing in a way that people our age are not. Now, to be fair, they've had plenty of time to practice, right? We're in our 20s. These people are in their, 40s at least. Now, to be fair, I think Vivek Ramaswamy is in his 30s. But, I mean, hey, it was a completely different time. You can whine and complain about how hard it is to find a spouse nowadays, but these people didn't find their spouses last week, right? They found their spouses in, the 80s, 90s, 2000s. You overestimate, or no, you underestimate how young these candidates are.
Yep.
So,
how many presidential candidates don't have gray hair?
Official Mike said in the chat, so that's why they want presidents to be 35.
Maybe, but I think it's more about maturity than about finding a spouse.
I would like both of you to give a grade to Joe Biden overall as president.
Official Mike said in the chat, they founded their spouses via mommy and daddy.
Makes no sense. I don't know what you're talking about.
An A, absolutely.
Governor
I think it's been a master
failed.
And a failure. Okay.
No, that's your
Now,
campaign
number two,
president.
are his policies helping or hurting your individual states? Is it helping the state of Florida?
The inflation is hurting our state big time.
Grade.
Fail. He failed. He's failed on the economy.
The guy just took
Is it helping
$28
the state
million
of
from the
California?
Science and Tech Act. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's absolutely accelerating our dominance.
Okay, maybe the CHIPS Act is helping people, but it doesn't negate the effect of inflation.
In manufacturing, accelerating our revitalization.
Okay,
of
that
our
was a
state.
simple
The answer is
answer.
unequivocally,
Lastly.
absolutely, yes.
Okay, I will ask you, Governor DeSantis. I have played over and over again, and Governor Newsom, you have seen over and over again. Joe Biden is experienced what I believe to be significant cognitive decline. And in other words, it's the toughest job in the world. Is Joe Biden experiencing this cognitive decline? Is it a danger to the country? Do you find when he speaks, what is your reaction to it?
Yes, he's in.
The majority of people agree that Joe Biden is suffering from some sort of
Official Mike
cognitive issue.
Said in the chat,
Gavin
what's more
Newsom
political
is going to
unalive?
go up here and
Not
act
being married
like
or saying you
Joe
will stop
Biden is
funding
not
Ukraine as
experiencing
wars
some sort
are
of cognitive
stupid and a
decline
waste of
or
money and we
cognitive
need
issues.
to put Americans first.
No one is going to consider him seriously as a presidential candidate. You have to be able to acknowledge reality to some degree on the very basic things like the sky is blue and Joe Biden is suffering cognitive issues if people are going to even remotely consider you for a presidential candidate, which, by the way, I do think it is a possibility that Gavin Newsom ends up being the Democratic nominee. Not 100% sure, but it's possible.
In decline. Yes, it's a danger to the country.
Mike said, what's more political and alive, not being married or saying you will stop funding for Ukraine? Oh, easily not being married. Easily.
He has no business running for president. And, Gavin Newsom agrees with that. He won't say that. That's why he's running his shadow campaign. He should not be running. He is not up to the job, and it is dangerous for this country.
Well, I will take Joe Biden at 100 versus Ron DeSantis any day of the week at any age. In fact, all of the folks
you think
on the
he's up to the
campaign
job?
trail.
You think he's
Absolutely.
100%?
Official Mike said in the chat, I would just flat out say Joe Biden has dementia on live TV.
Don't do that. Don't do that. You should not, especially as a politician, and actually I shouldn't as a streamer, make claims without having facts to back them up. You can't just say that he has dementia. He has dementia symptoms, for sure. But we don't have any hard evidence that he actually has dementia, right?
Official
You can't armchair
said in the chat, how the feck is not being married worse than stopping Ukraine funds?
You can't armchair diagnose Joe Biden with dementia as a politician. That's just an awful move. How is not being married worse than stopping Ukraine funds? I have already explained it. I have explained it for you 2 times already. Why Americans do not and will not vote for a candidate for president at the current time who is not married. I don't know why you keep asking me this question. I've answered it twice. You can run it back when the VOD's over. But no one will vote for a president who's not married.
100%.
In private,
Let him
in
answer.
public. You don't know. And by the way,
Okay, good point. I'll let the TTS run.
Official Mike said in the chat, I would say he needs to be tested and say he has symptoms of dementia on live TV.
This is fair. It's fair.
results matter.
Official Mike said in the chat, but is it worse than funding Ukraine?
Yes. Americans are split on whether or not we should fund Ukraine. Americans are not split as to whether or not we should vote for a candidate who is
Official
not
Mike
married.
Said in the chat, bullshit, they already did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inflation now is down to 3.2%. Wages are up to 4.4%. The economy is booming. 5.2% GDP growth in the last quarter. Those are facts you don't hear on Fox News. 14 million jobs, 10 times
Let me
more than the
move
last
on. That was the lightning
Republican
round.
presidents.
Now, on March 31st, 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson famously said, I shall not seek and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president. Now, despite being an incumbent president who is eligible to run for re-election, Governor Newsom, I've interviewed you twice on this issue. You say you are not running for president in 2024. In fact, you recently said, quote, you think that Vice President Harris is naturally the one lined up to run for
Official
president
Mike
if Joe Biden were to bow
said
out.
in the chat, President James Buchanan was the president that wasn't married.
Okay. Here. Let me search this up real quick, just to double check. When was James Buchanan elected as president of the United States? Okay. James Buchanan was president of the United States from 1851 to 1861. Were you alive from 1857 to 1861? Were your parents alive from 1857 to 1861? Do your parents have friends who were alive from 1857 to 1861? No, I'm talking about the state of the American political climate today. Not how things were in the late 1850s to early 1860s, okay? You can't use James Buchanan as an example of how a president can run for president while unmarried today and become elected. This is a horrible example.
Governor Newsom, tonight I ask you, will you make an LBJ-like statement? And Governor DeSantis, you say he's running a shadow campaign. In your response, I would like you to answer that. Will you say unequivocally, under no circumstances are you running?
Correct. I've said, I don't know how many times I can say.
Yeah,
He's
he said it
making
already.
this stuff
Yeah,
up.
give DeSantis credit. His actions aren't backing what he's saying.
Official
But he has
Mike
multiple times said
in the chat,
he's not ready for
just
president.
saying he wasn't married and it would be been so bad back then.
I mean,
Official Mike said in the chat, today we are more liberal.
it's true, but like,
Official Mike said in the chat, Obama got married as he got elected.
what? Is that true? Hold on, wait a second. Is that true? I thought for sure that they were married already. Hold on. When did Obama get married? Because I don't remember the nationally televised presidential marriage. Michelle Obama, spouse, Barack Obama, married in 1992. Where are you getting your statistics from, my guy? 1992? I think you're a few years off from 2008, 2007. What are you talking about?
About a shadow campaign.
If
Bottom line,
at the DNC convention they come and ask you, will you run? What will you say?
Joe Biden will be our nominee in a matter of weeks. And in a matter of weeks, Sean, he'll be endorsing Donald Trump as the nominee for the Republican
Official
Party.
Mike.
It has been a matter of
Said
weeks.
in the chat.
He has not endorsed
Oh,
Donald
my
Trump.
bad, stupid
With the
TMZ.
DNC and Joe is incapable of running, and they ask you, are you a hard no?
And it's not even optional. He's doing fantastically. I appreciate and respect the work the president's doing and the vice president's, the Biden-Harris campaign and team. So absolutely unequivocally,
Vice President Harris would be the next person.
continuing to support their efforts. President Biden will be reelected. Donald Trump will be rejected.
I think what he's saying should color every single thing. I mean, I've called him on a lot of the lies, but he says Joe Biden is 100% up to the job. You know that that's not true. Anybody that can look, he wants you to believe him over your own lying eyes. When he says,
And if Newsom decides to run for president and changes his mind, that's going to be the one thing that's going to sink his campaign, saying that Joe Biden is at 100% mental capacity. Donald Trump isn't even at 100% mental capacity. Like, let's be objective about this.
the economy is so great. How great is it when you're going to the grocery store now? How great is it when you're trying to afford a home? How are those interest rates doing? What about affording a new car? So we have to get real here. We have to understand that Biden is not a job. But here's I think the problem. What Biden would do.
Oh, sorry. When it comes to owning a home, I do want to bring this up because I mentioned this multiple times on stream, and I was slightly wrong about this actually. I was reminded of this when I was having a conversation with my dad earlier today, actually. There was this stat that said, right, that in order to own a home, the average income would have to be the income annually of an individual would have to be $100,000. If you were a two-income household, you could have both spouses making $50,000 a
Official
year
Mike
and be able to afford a
said
home.
in the chat.
So that
Please
is
let's
something
have
that I
someone
think got
as
lost in the
president
sauce.
that doesn't
Most
belong in a
families are
retirement
not
home.
single income households.
The people around him, they would look to California for the model to go forward in the next 4 years. That would accelerate the decline of this country. Yeah. Freedom is what works. The failures need to be left in the dustbin of history.
Yeah, tell that freedom to women that you're trying to criminalize in your state. And
all right, we're retreating to old ground.
For
years,
this notion of freedom,
gentlemen,
Florida is not a state of freedom.
One of the things I wanted to accomplish here is the policies that you both implement have a great impact on the citizens of your individual states. For years, a gallon of gasoline, Governor Newsom in California, has been notably higher in your state than in the state of Florida.
That's right.
Here are the numbers, by the way, recent numbers. The average cost for a gallon of gas nationwide, just over $3.24. In Florida, $3.17. In California, it is a whopping $4.85. So, Governor Newsom, I ask you, you've also sued big oil companies alleging executives have deceived the public about the health of our planet, knowing that it's a polluter. If your lawsuit is successful, that would likely mean higher gas prices, even higher gas prices for everybody. Here's my question, though. Could you name right now one source of energy that you can bring online in the next 3 to 6 months that would be as inexpensive for the people in this country as fossil fuels?
Okay, this is actually kind of a silly question. The whole point of running away from fossil fuels, or at least the pitch for running away from fossil fuels, is not to save people money. It's to save the environment and save the planet. So to say, oh, well, this is going to be cheaper. Well, no, it's not going to be cheaper. No one is pretending that it's going to be cheaper. The point is, from their perspective, is to save the planet. A leftist or an environmentalist would tell you, or someone who believes in the climate change agenda, would tell you that it is worth the short-term cost to everyone's wallet to switch to electric power or whatever, but not nuclear power for some reason. It would be worth it to switch to that for powering vehicles rather than something like gas if the entire environment is going to be saved. No one is pretending that gas prices are
Official Mike
more expensive
said
than
in the
what
chat.
It would eventually
How about
cost
why we stop having retirement home
to
folks
charge
as
up a Tesla.
president?
Nobody stopping retirement home folks as a president. I mean, let's be honest. Historically, the American people do not elect people who
Official Mike
belong in retirement
in
homes as president of the United
Hydrogen
States.
power.
While Trump, I think, is on his way to becoming, nurse retirement home age, he's not a retirement home age yet. No, the frontrunners of the GOP as well, like DeSantis, is not retirement home age. Gavin Newsom is far from retirement home age. So it is an anomaly that we got Joe Biden elected as president of the United States. Not like standard procedure. Not something that happens habitually and over again.
Let me touch.
Can you think of that energy?
Let me touch on I'm going to get to your question, and then let me touch the latter part of your question. Let me get to the first part of the question.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. Since the
Official Mike
Republican administration
said in the chat, Joe Biden and Trump both are retirement home folks.
No, he's not. No, they're not.
Official Mike
Trump is not a retirement home age.
said in the chat, DeSantis is youthful. We need mid-40s.
Trump is not retirement home level. He's not. But you're right. We do need people closer to DeSantis' age than to Trump's age. Because look, Trump will be in as bad mental shape by the end of a hypothetical second term. He will be as bad then as Joe Biden was in the beginning of his 2020 campaign. So,
administrations have experienced under their stewardship, have experienced higher gas prices in the state of California. We've been ripped off by big oil. We continue to be ripped off by big oil. Big oil now has met a new foe, and that's the state of California, the most aggressive anti-gouging law in America. More transparency being required than any time in America. And yes, we're suing the industry responsible for this climate crisis. By the way, the same climate crisis that Ron DeSantis celebrated.
Okay, if you're going to talk about the climate crisis, you're going to talk about how you are outsourcing your energy production to China and India, who have far less regulations on their energy production. You can talk about that. You can talk about how when oil is generated from America, it is generated and created basically with fewer emissions than most other countries that we import oil from. We'll talk about that.
Human caused, who campaigned for a fracking ban, who campaigned to oppose offshore oil drilling, and then 2 days after he got elected, signed an executive order. By the way, Nikki Haley had you dead to right on this, Ron. Signed an executive order doubling down, saying you're adamantly opposed to fracking, adamantly opposed to offshore oil drilling.
Wasn't his response that he didn't want people to be fracking in the Everglades? I don't know enough about fracking to understand why that would be a bad idea, but he wasn't saying that he opposed this fracking writ large.
Celebrated by the Sierra Club for that action until you weren't. Once again, it shows the hypocrisy of Ron DeSantis. Now you're running away from climate change as things have gotten worse. Hurricanes, wildfires, droughts, and floods. $179 billion of weather-related disasters, and he has no response except...
He is the governor of Florida. The governor of Florida. Florida is arguably hit with more. Sorry. Florida is hit with more natural disasters, arguably, than like the majority of other states in the union. What is he talking? Of course, there are going to be a lot of environmentally related disasters in Florida. Look at where it's located geographically. Now, I could understand if you're making the argument that over time, there have been more damages due to environmental disasters in Florida. If you look year by year, if you're going like maybe annually over the past 10 years or so, maybe adjusted for inflation as you do so. But you can't just be like, oh, well, you're doing a terrible job with handling the climate because you're the governor of the state of Florida and you get hit with hurricanes. Like, this is so stupid.
Talking points from big oil.
Governor,
that would be like blaming like Midwestern governors for not taking care of the climate because they get hit with twisters every once in a while. Like, what?
That was a
Governor
mouthful. Again, just more lies. But here's the thing. California is the only one that oil companies are gouging. Why aren't they doing that to Georgia or Florida or these other states that have lower gas prices? Because of their policies. That's why people are paying more there. What Gavin Newsom wants to do, what he's doing in California, what Biden wants to do nationally is government-dictated green energy policies. They want to kneecap fossil fuels and reliable energy. We've already seen what's happened in California. They have rolling blackouts. He actually implemented a mandate to buy.
I've been hearing rumors about those rolling blackouts. Where are they happening? Because they aren't affecting any of the streamers that I watch, most of whom who live in California.
Electric vehicles. So pretty soon in California, you're not going to be able to buy a normal car, only electric vehicles. And they celebrated that as like a great thing. A couple days later, there was a notice from the state government telling all EV owners, do not plug in your EV because they don't have enough grid capacity. So he is walking his people into a big time disaster. What Biden wants to do is he wants to take the California model. He wants to impose that nationally. He wants to take away your ability to purchase the car that you want. He wants to kneecap reliable energy, and he wants to bring these rolling blackouts all across the United States of America.
I will say, to be fair, that California is pretty bad when it comes to building up their energy infrastructure. The majority of states, I think, would be better positioned to support moving to electric vehicles than California. Also, over time, I'm expecting California to probably do a little bit better at building up their EV infrastructure than they have been in recent years. So I think it's a bit silly to be like, oh, look, California has rolling blackouts, so they can't support all of the EVs in their power grid. So other states won't be able to do that. I don't know what the basis of that would be.
It doesn't work. An anecdote. It's going to cause huge problems. We have more energy here. We can be the dominant energy producer in the world,
Florida,
and that's what we're going to do. Florida is not a big energy state. We have the Marcellus Shale. We have the West Texas. We have all of that. So let's do that. No forcing electric vehicles.
Official Mike said in the chat, California aren't the smartest people in the state.
Well, I mean, yeah, they've been voting for Gavin Newsom.
We'll continue the great state, red state, blue state debate. More with Governor Ron DeSantis, more with Governor Gavin Newsom as we continue. Thank you for being with us from Alpharetta, Georgia.
Official Mike said in the chat, they don't think things through.
Yeah, that's true.
The day you get your clear choice.
Nice.
Welcome back to Hannity, the great red state, blue state debate. We continue with Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor Ron DeSantis. According to the Department of Housing and Urban Development,
did my DVR actually not get the entire debate? Did not get the end?
Numbers for the homeless population in each of your states. It is a big problem around the country. In the state of California, it is 172,000. In Florida, it is 26,000. Now, the per capita numbers are pretty much the same. For California, It is 44 per 10,000 people, while Florida has 12 per 10,000 people. So, Governor DeSantis, I ask you, why the disparity? What are the policies you are implementing that is different from that of California?
California is adopting leftist policies. Gavin Newsom was governor or mayor of San Francisco. He put out a 10-year plan like 20 years ago. He was going to end homelessness. Then a few years later, he had another plan. And now he says he's going to do, and it's only gotten worse. In the last 10 years in California, the homeless has gone up 45%. It's gone down in Florida 45%. But it's caused a huge problem with quality of life in California. The people that flee always bring up this. They've really empowered lawlessness and drug use. And, you know, Gavin Newsom at one point tried to say that California was the freedom.
Official Mike
like you're locking people
said
down.
in the chat,
Then I thought about it,
he told Californians don't think things through.
The other states don't. You have the freedom to defecate in public in California. You have the freedom to pitch a tent on Sunset Boulevard. You have the freedom to create a homeless encampment under a freeway and even light it on fire. You have the freedom to have an open-air drug market and use drugs. You have the freedom, if you're an illegal alien, to get all these taxpayer benefits. So those are freedoms. They're not the freedoms our founding fathers envisioned, but they have contributed to the destruction of the quality of life in California.
Portland, Oregon is worse, by the way. I think Ruslan has a really good video about that.
And the results speak for themselves. People are leaving the state because they have failed in addressing the homeless population.
Well, I love the rant on freedom. I mean, here's a guy who's criminalizing teachers, criminalizing doctors, criminalizing librarians, and criminalizing women that seek their reproductive care. You're making it harder to vote. You're banning books. I mean, spare me this notion.
Harder to vote? That's the only thing that I don't think that he's demonstrated as the case. How is he making it harder for people to vote?
Of freedom. Ask the folks at Disney about freedom and free enterprise. Ask the folks at the Special Olympics that you threatened to fine with $27 million.
Because they were discriminating against the athletes.
Who goes after Special Olympians when it comes to the issue, Ron, of homelessness?
That is wrong. That's being a liberal bully. That's being a bully.
Really?
Wait a
They have
second.
Down syndrome. Discriminating against the athletes.
Who goes after Special Olympians when it comes to the issue,
Down syndrome.
Ron, of homelessness?
That is wrong.
These Special Olympics were discriminating against people with Down syndrome? I did not hear about that.
That's being a liberal bully. That's being a bully.
Really?
They had Down syndrome, and you wanted to discriminate against them.
$27 million
They were discriminating
fine to
against
Special
because they were
Olympians.
discriminating
I find that
against the
disgraceful.
athletes.
On the
They
issue
wanted
of
to-
That's insane. I couldn't imagine being a Democrat and trying to ding a Republican for trying to essentially sanction a sporting organization for being discriminatory against people with Down syndrome. It's not even a left and right position. Gavin Newsom would have done the same thing.
Marginalize the athletes, and you wanted the athletes marginalized. That was wrong what you did. These are kids with Down syndrome that just wanted to compete,
I grew up
and
working
you wanted
aid to
them.
adoption
You wanted
of
them
special
out of the
kids. I've
Special
been
Olympics.
working with
You're
Special
a liberal
Olympians all
bully.
my life.
You
How
wanted them
dare
to be. You
How
wanted them
dare
to be
you, Ron?
ostracized.
You
I
don't think Ron does. Look. Gavin Newsom isn't like the greatest governor, but I don't think that he would support discriminating against Down syndrome athletes. Would he?
You should
Fine
talk to
Special
Isabella
Olympians
from Florida.
with
She got to
$27
participate
million
because we
in fines.
stood up for
This
her
is the way
rights.
you treat. Oh, yeah. By the way, no, hold on.
It's your
no,
turn.
let me say.
Go.
I can handle that. I can handle it. I'm used to that. But you know what?
You wanted her
your
not to
attacks
compete.
on the trans community,
You
your
wanted
attack
her
on the
not
gay
to
and lesbian
compete.
community.
That's wrong.
You attack
She should have been
vulnerable
able to compete,
communities.
and we
you
stood
attack
up for them,
women.
and we made sure they
Again,
could
Ron,
compete.
relax. I can handle it. I'm used to bullying. You're nothing but a bully.
You're a
I understand that. Intimidating and humiliating people, that's your calling
Why
card.
did you want the
And by
Special
the way,
Olympians not
how
to be
well
able
is
to
it going
compete?
for you?
Why
How
did you
well
want
is
them
this
not to be able to compete?
How well is this
Why do
campaign
you not
going?
want them to be
He's
able
not
to
going to let me
compete?
talk, so
I
I'll
don't
talk to the
understand why
American
you would want to
people.
discriminate
Again, I'll
against
remind
athletes
you,
with Down
the
syndrome.
blueprint,
He wanted them
the
to be
blueprint
excluded
for
from the
Florida
Special Olympics.
has put Ron
gentlemen, if I
DeSantis
can.
41 points down
Let's go
to
back.
Donald Trump as you try to get tough.
We said
and
that.
out-Trump Trump.
Let's go back to
on
the
the
homelessness.
issue of homelessness. It's been an issue.
I don't know how banning an Olympic organization for discriminating against people with Down syndrome is particularly a Trumpian thing to do.
For decades,
Official Mike
decades in the making in the state of
Said in the
California,
chat,
ever since we started
LOL, this is like two kids
Yeah,
bickering.
kind of. You're a bully. No, you're
Official
a bully.
Mike
You're a
Mike.
bully. Yeah, he's kind of
Said
like
in
that.
the chat, you're a bully, no you.
shuttering down our mental health institutions back in the day, in Ronald Reagan's day. The difference is I'm the first governor in California history to take this head on. We are investing unprecedented resources, more accountability. We've gotten 68,000 people off the streets, close to 6,000 encampments we've gotten off the streets. We've also invested in unprecedented resources in reforming our behavioral health system. Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas. And so with all due respect to being lectured on some of these topics, Ron DeSantis is not the one I'm going to be listening
30-second response. You're, well, I'm looking at total time. Governor DeSantis,
look,
about 2 minutes.
He needs it.
This is a map of San Francisco.
Yo!
There's a lot of plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco.
Yo.
You see how almost the whole thing is covered, because that is what has happened in one of the previous greatest cities this country's ever had. Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the streets. They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator,
Official Mike
but they're
Mike.
not willing to do it
It's
for
a
their
good
own.
point. It's a
Said in
good
the
point.
chat, because not everyone in Florida is doing drugs.
After the Hamas terror attacks on October the 7th, we have seen what is nothing short of a disturbing outbreak of virulent, hatred, anti-Semitism around the world, in the halls of our Congress, on American streets, on college campuses. Last month, outside in Sydney Opera House in Australia. We've seen it all over Europe, but in Australia, anti-Israeli protesters.
Shoot. Yeah, I don't have the rest of the debate. Or I don't have the rest of the debate in my... Oh, wait, hold on. No, I got the post debate. Okay, never mind. Hold on.
Literally in this day and age, chanting, gas the Jews, F the Jews.
Official Mike said in the chat, wait, why was Trudeau's boyfriend in California?
Or in the words of Congresswoman Tlaib, from the river to the sea. Israel, meanwhile, is vowing to eradicate the terrorist group Hamas. But according to a report in the New York Times this week, U.S. officials have warned Israel that they need more to fight more surgically in Gaza. Governor Newsom, 30 seconds for you. We have to cut back on time.
All right.
How can Israel win the war against this terrorist group using surgical strikes and directions from Joe Biden?
I visited Israel.
This is an interesting thing to talk about because we're talking. These are governors here. We're talking about how red states are red versus blue states, and yet the topic that we're talking about is Israel versus Palestine. Interesting.
I met with families, hostages. I saw videos of children being killed in front of their parents, parents being killed in front of their children. I saw a beheading with a garden hoe. This is not complicated to me. This is a fight between good and evil. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and they need to be eliminated, not just for the people of Israel and Jews around the world, but for the Palestinians themselves. But when it comes to the issue of anti-Semitism, you just mentioned a lot of things that have been occurring on Ron DeSantis' watch. He said nothing.
You're calling him anti-Semitic?
Marching. I'm saying he countenanced anti-Semitism, and now he's...
Official Mike said in the chat, easy, it's called a nuke, LOL. I wouldn't fund the Hamas or Israel.
No, absolutely stupid. No nukes for Israel. Let's not do that, please. Gavin Newsom trying to ding Ron DeSantis on anti-Semitism is absolutely stupid when you consider that. And I bring up the evidence of this in my video about why I don't like Ron DeSantis.
Said in the chat,
yet
people defend Hamas even though Hamas is Adolf
Hitler. A very
Hitler.
heavy-handed piece of legislation that banned people from handing out anti-Semitic propaganda, like on sidewalks, basically, keeping them from proselytizing their anti-Semitism. Not saying I support anti-Semitism, but that's a strongly anti-free speech policy. You can call Ron DeSantis many things. I've even bordered on calling him a fascist at one point, but to be completely fair, you cannot label him as an anti-Semite.
For the sake of fairness of time, gentlemen,
you said nothing.
Governor DeSantis,
nothing on these issues. Look at the record.
Governor DeSantis than a second Holocaust. They want to destroy Israel and wipe every single Jew off the map. Israel has every right to defend itself to the hilt. Biden should not be kneecapping them in any way, shape, or form. And by the way, Biden stranded a lot of American citizens over there. We're trying to get home. So I did an executive order in Florida, and we sent planes over to Israel right in the aftermath of October 7th. And we saved over 700 Americans, mostly Floridians, but not all, because Biden wouldn't do it. Finally, Biden started dumping people in Greece, and then they were sending a bill to the Americans just to get to Greece.
Heard about that.
If you come to this country illegally, they will pay to fly you all over the place. They'll put you up in a hotel at no expense. But yet our own citizens fleeing a war zone, they're going to send you a bill. Joe Biden
Official Mike said in the chat, I find it funny how people defend Hamas, yet Hamas borrowed Hitler's textbook.
People defend Hamas because they're Marxists. Right? Okay, so, by the way, if you're talking with people about wokeness, don't say woke because it triggers them. And a lot of people like to pretend that there's no definition for woke. I'll make a completely different video about this at some point, but wokeness is Marxism. That's basically what wokeness is. People defend Hamas because they are Marxists. They assume that the smaller person, the underdog, the person that they perceive as being oppressed are by default in the right. So people say, for example, that like, Palestine is smaller than Israel. Israel is smothering Palestine. They are embargoing them. They're preventing, they're highly restricting the amount of goods that can go to and from from Gaza, all of this stuff, right? And they'll accuse basically Israel of being big bad bullies against Israel. Now, I will say this. I am doing a whole thing of Israel versus Palestine research to verify
Official
whether or not each and every one of those claims is true.
Said in the
However,
chat,
the one thing that
people
cannot be
defend
disputed
Hamas because they
is
like
that
Hitler and
Hamas's
Stalin.
entire goal for existing is to eradicate Jews from the planet. Their step one is to eradicate all the Jews from the Palestinian area, from the Palestinian region, which includes Israel. And then plan two is to then go running around killing as many Jews as possible. That cannot be disputed.
Official Mike.
And while
said in the chat,
while that is the case,
I'm glad I left
many
my
people,
communist spy friends all behind.
And while that is the case, many Marxists will support Hamas. Why? Because they have started multiple wars against Israel with the intifadas. From my understanding, right? I need to study them more closely. But as I understand it, started multiple wars against Israel with the intifadas, lost land in those wars. And because of that, they perceive them as being oppressed because they've been on the losing end of so many things that they've lost so many people due to casualties after, whether that be wars or whether that be terrorist attacks. Palestinian regions or Palestinian states, right, such as Gaza. I think that's the only Palestinian state, right? The West Bank is not a formal state, but Gaza has suffered many serious losses and serious casualties, and therefore people perceive them as being oppressed. And so at that point, they say that if you're oppressed, anything goes. You can nuke. You can do genocide. You can support genocide. You can nuke the nation that you perceive is
Official Mike
is oppressing you.
Said in the chat. Then accuse the communist spies for supporting Hitler and Stalin.
You can literally do wherever you want, so long as you are being oppressed, right? Like, this is what resistance looked like, right? People say like, oh, what did you think resistance was going to look like? A picnic? Well, it shouldn't look like terrorism either. So that's why people support it, right? That's why they support it. Although it's kind of funny, like under a cognitively consistent or morally or logically consistent Marxist framework, they would say that if you're being bullied in school, then you have the right to shoot him in the head. But I don't know how many people would openly take that position.
I want to turn to the issue, gentlemen, of China. I talk about this often. Intellectual property theft, unfair trade practices. China has been hostile to our fighter jets in international airspace, hostile to our Navy in international waterways.
Official Mike said in the chat. That sounds like something Stalin or Hitler would say NGL.
Well, you know what? Stalin and Hitler were not too far removed from Marxism, as I understand it. That was actually one of the reasons, like with Hitler, he was like, yo, look, the Jews control everything. They run the banks, all this stuff. The Jews are keeping us down. They are oppressing us. We need to go after them. Similar to how Hamas and many Palestinians and Hamas apologists will say, hey, the Jews are keeping the Palestinians down. We need to go after them. We need to do genocide. Of course, the rationale is going to sound very similar when the reasoning and excuses and all the logic and the arguments are all very, very similar to what has been used historically.
And a spy balloon that happened 8 days right across the United States over military installations. The communist Chinese, they have nationals buying up thousands of acres of ranch land, farmland, and land near military installations. Their hostility towards Taiwan. Governor DeSantis, our #1 geopolitical foe. I don't see that the Biden administration has been tough with them. What would you do differently?
Well, first, in Florida, we ban China from buying land in our state because you're right. You don't want them buying farmland or land near military bases, so we acted.
Official Mike.
True. That's good.
Said in the chat. So me portraying Trudeau as Hitler wasn't a bad idea and not completely inaccurate.
I don't know how Marxist Trudeau is, to be honest. I know that he's authoritarian, and Hitler was authoritarian as well. So, I mean, there is a comparison that you could make there.
Our universities at all. What you need to do is you need to have hard power in the Indo-Pacific to deter China's ambitions. You need to take the economy and we need to decouple from China. We're dependent on them for so many things. And then finally, we need to get serious about their influence in this country. They shouldn't be able to buy farmland anywhere. I can tell you this, I would not go to China and grovel in front of Xi like Gavin Newsom did. He says China's a partner on climate change. China's adding 2 new coal plants every year. China's laughing at us with what they're doing.
Don't just talk about that. Talk about the fact that they do not regulate their emissions as strictly as America does.
So yes, they're the #1 threat we face, and we need to take it seriously, and Joe Biden is not doing that.
This is just a reminder, I think it's a question some people are probably asking. I know Nikki Haley's campaign is asking, when are you going to drop out and at least give Nikki Haley a shot to take down Donald Trump in this nomination? She laid you out. You're a walking hypocrite.
You're
a walking hypocrite.
What about China?
On the issue of
Okay, you're gonna make me do this. You're gonna make me You're gonna make me do this. Okay, hold on. Alrighty, if you want to go there, Real Clear Politics, GOP polls. And this episode of Hannity aired.
China, this is the guy that was looking.
This episode of Hannity aired. Where was this? Well, I guess it's not going to say. Late November. Okay, so like maybe like November 30th or so. Okay, Real Clear Politics GOP polls. I think this is the one where it's like over time, right? No, this is not it. Presidential nominee polls. Okay. Well, I guess this is okay. Over time. Here we go. Over time. That was November 30th. So he said, when is he going to drop out, right? When is DeSantis going to drop out and give Nikki Haley a shot? Okay, DeSantis has been #2 for a while. I don't know where. Let's do 3 months, okay? So we're talking about like right here, maybe. Where is Nikki Haley? Nikki Haley is in the red. Nikki Haley has been like at or under like 10%. Nikki Haley is below DeSantis. When are you going to give Nikki Haley a shot? Nikki Haley went above DeSantis like maybe once in like the middle of December and then promptly went back down. DeSantis doesn't need to give Nikki Haley a shot. Nikki Haley needs to drop out and give DeSantis a shot.
For direct foreign trade from China was doing trade shows.
That is
open
false.
up an awesome.
That's already been debunked. And you talk about the liberal fact checkers. Even the liberal fact checkers
Donald
did
Trump
that.
himself today called you Red Ron for a reason, because of your complete hypocrisy.
No,
all right, we're almost out of time.
You can't be like, oh, Trump hit you on this thing. Trump is running for president as well. He's going to criticize the people who are running against him.
A big game. I confronted Xi on the issue of fentanyl, Ron. I confronted them
on human rights. You didn't.
I absolutely did, with the foreign minister and the vice president and other leaders in China. You talk a big game.
I mean, at least it was bad optics, but at least Joe Biden called Xi Jinping a dictator to his face.
Meanwhile,
we're
haven't
over
done anything
time.
except tweet things
Final
out.
question, Governor DeSantis. We owe you about 90 seconds, but you get the last word as per the coin flip.
What are you giving me? 5 seconds? What do I get?
No, I'll do okay. I'll be a little more generous than that. Look, it's been a very passionate debate tonight. Actually, it's been fun to be a part of. I think the American people will decide. Governing philosophies could not be more different. But let me ask you this. Kind of a fun question. You both clearly love your states. You visited each other's state. Governor DeSantis, you can take as much time as you want. You have an extra 90 seconds. What is your favorite thing about the state of California? And
I'd give him 5 minutes for this.
Go right ahead.
That's a good question.
All right, we'll stay longer. 5 minutes, Governor.
When I got orders as a Navy lieutenant to go to Naval Amphibious Base Coronado, I had not spent any real time in California in my life. Florida native, and I'm very proud of the state. But I got down there, and that Strand is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. And then all up and down, just a tremendous coastline. I do believe California has more natural advantages than any state in the country, which is why when you have so many people leaving on net, that's hard to do. Like, people don't want to leave there because it really is such a beautiful area. And I'm proud of the military installations that are there. I'm proud of what the Navy's been able to do in conjunction with the state. It was really important duty. It really helped forge me as an individual and as an American. And so I'll always have very, very fond memories of that nice Strand down there in Southern California.
I love that. I mean,
What do you
Reagan,
no, what do you I don't know what you love
Reagan
about
used to
California.
call California Coast of Dreams. By the way,
What
look,
do you love about Florida?
What I love about your question is the comedy in the question, meaning, you know what? We all want to be loved. We need to be loved. We all want to be protected, respected, and connected. I think there is a unity frame here.
Okay.
You said it well. I mean, Ron, I have no doubt Ron DeSantis loves this country. I love this country. It's not about red versus blue. It's red, white, and blue. The United States of America. And I think we're all better off, and we're all better off. And so I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate you, Ron, being a family man. You've got 3 incredible kids. I appreciate your wife, your sacrifice, and I appreciate your military service. But I also appreciate we do have fundamental differences about the fate and future of this country. And that's why I'm going to be working so hard to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reelected in 2024.
You couldn't resist. You had to go right back to 2024. All right, here's the last question. Would you do this again?
Why didn't Gavin Newsom state anything nice about Florida? I mean, there are some nice things about Florida. You could objectively say. You could say it's pretty, especially if you go down to the peninsula. There's some really nice areas down there. There, I think, I don't know if they're like some islands or like remote areas that many people like to vacation in. Those are nice. Great food. I think that's something that DeSantis actually missed. I think California is known for having some great food, but Florida as well. Also, if you're a party person, lots of fun places to party at in Florida, right? Like it's a very popular place for teenagers and young adults to go party during spring break. And frankly, there's a reason for that. So you can make arguments in favor of like what's nice about Florida too. I think it's a bit odd that Newsom decided not to do that.
24.
You couldn't resist. You had to go right back to 20.
So what the heck was that like smile thing that DeSantis did? It's so odd.
What was that? All right, here's the last question. Would you do this again?
Well, you know what?
I hope we could do another half hour. I got all night.
Joe Biden should show up to a debate.
That's why I want to jump 5 minutes.
I have another 20 minutes, and I've got a lot of questions.
I'm happy to.
You want to stay?
Let's just do an extended hour. I'm happy to do it.
Okay. Then
this has been fun.
I think it's been fun, and I think it's been more entertaining. I'm sorry to the guests that I've been invited. I got to take a break, though, in the meantime. We've got to pay some bills. It's not a cheap set we built for y'all. I hope you like it. Courtesy of your favorite channel, Fox News, and you do admit you watch often. We'll take a break. They've agreed to stay. Well, that's, I guess, a debate on the fly. We'll continue on the other side and later have live post-debate coverage. We are in Alpharetta, Georgia, the great red state, blue state debate as we continue.
And here's the part where Ron DeSantis' wife goes and says, "I'm sleepy, let me go home and go to bed with my children." Yeah, that's rumor has it that's what she said.
Ask any veteran.
Mutual agreement. Both candidates had other commitments, and they realized afterwards they. All right, welcome back to Hannity, our red state, blue state debate. By mutual agreement, both candidates had other commitments, and they realized afterwards they couldn't stay longer, but we appreciate them all being here tonight. Okay, What did you think about it? Is there a winner, loser, winners, losers? You get to react. Anyway, here joining us, co-host of The Five.
Okay, that is very interesting. That was a very interesting debate. I think that First of all, I think that one thing that this demonstrates is we need to have more governors running for president. Governors have more hands-on experience running actual states. We have many people running for president who are not governors, have never been governors. I don't know. Has Joe Biden been a governor? Maybe he has, but even if he has, when was that, like 40 years ago? Having people who are governors now running for president, I think, is a good thing because you have solid records that you can run on. Vivek Ramaswamy has no record to run on when it comes to being a governor. DeSantis doesn't. DeSantis has limited experience, but it's better than nothing. So does Nikki Haley. I think that, so for example, last presidential election cycle, you had Trump versus Joe Biden. Now Trump did have a record, right? Because he's been president, but he didn't have a record as being a governor. Joe Biden couldn't really run as a record as being a governor either. If you can show policies and results, that is a much clearer case to make to the American people. And I think it's the reason why DeSantis generally has been doing better than the other candidates, is because his governorship has been more obviously successful than the governorship of other candidates. No one is pointing at like Chris Christie and saying, "Oh, look at what a great job Chris Christie did as being the governor of New Jersey," and no one's running around being like, "Oh, look at how great of a job Nikki Haley did while being a governor of South Carolina." No one's really doing that. So I do think that this does show that if you can debate between governors, you can go and compare the records, and you can just objectively see who is doing a better job at running their state. So I think that was a very positive thing. You can then have more substance to your debates when you have more objective things to talk about than subjective things. It's very clearly and very obvious that Ron DeSantis won the debate. Now, I think it was kind of unfair because if you're talking about mostly how you run your different states, obviously Florida is in better shape than California. Gavin Newsom tried lying through his teeth, but even then, that only got him so far. It's very hard to defend the state of California when you're trying to make it seem like it's when you're comparing it to Florida. Florida is just clearly a better state. It might have been a little bit fairer to compare Florida to another state, but also when you're talking about what the point is, we're taking two very polarizing governors, right? One governor who is relatively far to the left in Gavin Newsom, and then one who is relatively far to the right, which is Ron DeSantis. Now, they're not as far right or as far left as you could possibly get, not by a long shot, but they're relatively far to the left and to the right. So, it is a good sampling of what's better, right? Someone who was staunchly to the left or staunchly to the right. But I do think that they're not necessarily indicative of what life in most American states are like. So very good debate. I thought it was interesting to see the discourse. I think it's unfortunate that Fox News did not have greater availability of the debates in other locations, didn't post more clips on YouTube, didn't post a full debate on YouTube. I couldn't even find an accessible link online for the full debate. I had to DVR it through Hulu with Live TV. So yeah, that's what I did. And I had a whole bunch of other things I wanted to react to here. And I've, for safekeeping, I've put all of those things in my Discord as well. So I'll react to those at a different time. This has been a long stream, but this was a very, very fun stream. I've missed streaming, and I have the time to stream, but frankly, generally over the course of the breaks, I've been wanting to spend more time with my siblings and whatnot, so that's why I haven't been streaming as much. I probably won't be streaming a whole lot during the break, right? Maybe once my siblings go back to college, I will stream some more. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna go ahead and head out and maybe watch like a James Bond movie or something. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I appreciate everyone tuning in. It was great to see all of your friendly faces inside of the chat. We even had a new time chatter, so that was cool. But yeah, time to shout out the chatters. I think we only had 3, but we got a lot of messages, so that was awesome. Official Mike, thanks for popping into the stream. You had some very interesting input. We have Rye, which is RYY. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you stopping by into the stream. And of course, we have Jot. Nice to see you here in the chat, Jot. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope that you learned something. It's nice to see you, especially since no one can communicate with you through Discord anymore because you got rid of Discord, which is completely fine. You got rid of it for the sake of your mental health. That's a very good decision to make. And I hope that your mental health is in a better shape because of it. But that's pretty much all I got, folks. Well, I have more to give, but I'll save that for another stream. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and I will see you guys in another stream. In the meantime, check out the Not a Newbie highlights channel where I upload videos 3 times a week, noon at noon, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Also, subscribe to this channel to check out all the VODs. Also, be kept up to date with the streams when I go live. But if you want to know when I will go live before I go live, you might want to check out my Discord. The link is in the description below. But it's also dscrd.ntnwb.cc. This is the place you want to be if you want to chat with me, talk to me, and influence the content that I talk about on stream, because I do accept React requests. If for whatever reason the link is dead and not working, let me know in the comment section below and I will fix it. I don't police my link very well. But that's pretty much all I got. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and I will see you guys in another stream.
Picasso, you made my heart grow. A lesson I learned from the seed is it starts slow. Trust me, you gon' see the tree if you look close. Don't you know having faith is a substance of things that you don't see? But trust me, you gon' see the fruits of your labor. Trust in the king and my focus on laser.